Hello and big welcome to Overheated 2024. Can everyone here at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia make some noise? Woo! There are over 300 of you joining us here today and thousands more joining on the YouTube live stream. My name is Wawa Gatheru. I'm an environmental justice scholar activist and the proud founder of Black Girl Environmentalist, and I'm thrilled to be your host for this year's Overheated. We are here at the State Farm Arena for the first ever Overheated in the U.S. Yes! And fittingly, we are at an arena that has diverted over 90% of their waste from landfills, and where Billie's show tonight will be the 500th Zero Waste show. Now, I don't have to be the one to tell you that our world is in crisis, and as young people, we're not the ones who have led us here. But we do have a responsibility to be a part of the change, which is why we are so excited to have created a program where you're going to be learning from activists, scientists, and industry leaders who are going to be telling you how you can get involved. Are you ready? Okay, so first up, we have a special performance from the Dacula High School Chorus who will be performing for us today.
huge portion of the country is baking.
Stretching from Iowa to Maine. In the West, wildfires are on the rampage, while the Texas coast is facing tropical storm threat.
Effects of climate change are getting worse in every part of the country.
From a multi-generational farming family, I've experienced 2 hurricanes, a tornado, drought conditions.
Here in Nevada, it's dangerous for the kids to play outside.
With the high heat comes the fires.
And here on the Oregon-Idaho border,
fire is raging out of control.
I was just praying the whole time, please don't let my house burn down.
Things are getting hotter. Hurricane season is getting earlier and earlier.
This hurricane season is running ahead of schedule.
I've never seen wind that strong before.
Every year to hear on the news, oh, it's record-breaking. At what point do we say this isn't normal?
I mean, climate change is causing these more frequent major disasters.
Heavy rain is once again ravaging the region. Being in a historically black neighborhood, there's a potential for our neighborhood to not make it through if we're not built for extreme weather.
Extreme weather doesn't just affect Democrats or Republicans.
It affects all of us. So what gives me hope is we know what's causing this and we have the solutions.
Taking action for a better world has never been more important.
And it starts with us.
Starts with us.
Starts with us.
Starts with us. Right?
What an incredible performance. Let's give them another round of applause. And shout out to the extreme weather survivors for providing us with grounding context on the status of extreme weather. The Extreme Weather Survivors are a new nonprofit building and activating a national network of people harmed by extreme weather events. To learn more, check out the QR code we'll show later on. We're now going to welcome an incredible person that we all know and love to the stage. The founder of Support and Feed, she's committed to combating the climate crisis and food insecurity by working towards a global shift to a plant-based food system. She's also the mother of Billie and Phineas, who has done system-changing work in the music industry towards more sustainable solutions. Without further ado, we're going to introduce Maggie.
Thank you, Wawa. I love Wawa. She is the greatest. I've had such a pleasure knowing her over the past few years, and we're so honored that you're here, Wawa. And we're so honored that you all are here and that you all care so much about our planet and our future, and I know you do. And Overheated was really created for you, for Billie's fans, because I know that you are our future heroes. And sadly, my generation has failed you, just to be honest. Not to say there are not incredible people and scientists who have been activists and working so hard on this for decades and centuries. But sadly, so much of this has fallen to your generation. But you are here, and today is a day about celebrating our power, really, how much power we have to make a difference in the world. So we're going to have panels all day. I hope you learn a lot. We'll live stream it, but also you can look back on it and see. Please feel free to look at the QR codes and look at people's bios if you're curious and save any information you want. And hopefully this is just the start. It's not time for us to have climate activists. It is a time for everyone to be a climate activist, and that is our mission going forward. We all care about our planet, and we can all do so much. And I just want to thank Billie for making this all happen, and Live Nation and providing this opportunity, and all the people who've made it happen, who will be named later. But right now, I have the pleasure of kicking us off with an amazing guest, Dr. Marshall Shepard, a climate scientist, a weather genius. So much more than that. His TED Talks are legendary. He is a force of nature. And we're going to talk about nature right now with Dr. Marshall Shepard. I think I said I was going to sit there, so I'm sorry to the camera people, but I messed up. Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for being here.
It's so awesome to be here, and I had to be here. This is a crisis that we're facing, and this generation will be the one that digs us out because our generation has our head in the sand.
Sadly true.
True.
I just want to say that you are a person who has been talking about this for generations. You are a scientist. And I, first of all, just want to wonder, what does it feel like for scientists to have been speaking the truth for decades and have it be so slow to be recognized?
So let me tell you my reality. As a climate scientist, I'm a professor at the University of Georgia, and I tell people I'm a climate scientist, and I used to get things like, Dr. Shepard, the climate changes naturally. You're making this up. We've always had hurricanes. That's so frustrating because as someone who studies this, who has spent my career learning and studying the weather, we know that climate changes naturally, but there is a human steroid on top of the climate cycle right now. And we're seeing it in our hurricanes, our heat waves, and our floods, our food production in terms of vegetables and grains, health, and so forth. So it's an existential crisis that's affecting us right now, not 2080.
And the word existential gets thrown around a lot. We hear the word existential crisis to the point I feel like people just get sort of used to the word. But the word exactly means?
It means that we need to act now. There's a climate delayism that's happening. Your generation and those listening and watching this on the stream, they understand the urgency. But one of the things, again, as someone that works with students every day at the University of Georgia, there are a range of emotions. There's a guilt emotion. There's a helplessness emotion when we see this big challenge that we all feel like there's a helplessness that we can do. But your organization and others have shown us that there are plenty of things that we can do. And one of the things that we can do, and I don't really care who you vote for, but we all need to be climate voters.
Right, which means we need to vote for the people who
keeping it real,
believe in climate change. You did a TED Talk, I think it was 2013. Yes. It's kind of funny to me now that 2013 now seems like a long time ago.
It does.
And I know I got into the climate space as a teenager, and I read Diet for a Small Planet, and I grew up in a beautiful area of the country. 2013, you did that TED Talk, and I was watching it, and I thought how fascinating it was that it still had a little bit of a sense of people were sort of hearing it for the first time, and it seemed way off in the future.
Right.
And you talked about the polar bear example and how that really wasn't really resonating, sadly.
Yeah. The messaging around climate change has been about polar bears in 2100 and 2080. I like polar bears. They're cute, but I'm more concerned about our food production. I'm concerned about healthcare. I'm concerned about the things that impact us right here in Atlanta, Georgia, and London, England, and all the other places that you and this organization are going about. So in that TED Talk, it was called Slaying the Climate Zombies. Why did I come up with that? And it comes from this notion that I have people that talk to me and say, oh, this is not real, or it's a hoax. The things that I mentioned earlier, those are zombie theories, y'all. Why do I call them zombie theories? Because they live on like zombies in The Walking Dead, even though scientists like me have long refuted them. But you still see them on X and on Instagram and in op-eds. Trust the science. And again, I know there's a pushback on science expertise, but there's no agenda here. I hope to be wrong. I wish I was wrong about this because I have kids your age, and your generation is currently and in the future bearing the brunt of this. So please let me be wrong, but unfortunately I don't think we are, because the earth and the weather and climate are demonstrating exactly what we as scientists have talked about for decades.
When we hear about climate, a lot of times what we hear when we see protests or we hear demonstrations, et cetera, very much about fossil fuels. Mm-hmm. And of course we talk a lot about food and animal agriculture. Can you just give a 101 on what is it about fossil fuels? What does that have to do with the climate crisis?
Yeah, let's do a little climate. I'm a professor, so let's everybody take out their notepads. No, I'm kidding. But let's do a little lesson here. So we survived last night because of the greenhouse effect. So we have carbon-based greenhouse gases in our atmosphere, and that allows us a temperature that we can survive comfortably on the planet. So the greenhouse effect is something that we need. Otherwise, we'd have frozen to death last night. Here's the challenge. Anybody, again, I'm a professor, know what happened in 1850? Industrial Revolution. We started learning how to burn fossil fuels. And so what happened is, as we have all of that excess fossil fuel entering the atmosphere, our greenhouse effect is out of whack. And so the lower part of the atmosphere down here where we live is warming disproportionately. And that's just part of the story. It's not just the global warming. The global warming is one aspect of climate change, in the same way that a fever is one aspect of the flu. And so it's just one symptom. And so we're starting to see those impacts of this warming atmosphere in our weather, in our storms, in drought, heat waves, and so forth. And that then has downstream effects on what I call the kitchen table issues, the things that we care about in our lives every day.
I love that threat modifier, or threat multiplier, right?
Yes.
Threat multiplier.
Exactly.
And I know you've spoken about the difference between climate and weather, and
Yes.
how do we, I don't know if any of you have this thing where you bring up climate change and someone says, oh, the weather has always been changeable.
Yes.
The weather, sometimes we have a hot summer, sometimes we have a whatever.
Yes.
So you talk about the difference between climate and weather, and then maybe we can segue into this extreme weather.
Yeah. So let's talk about that. So I'm on the social media channels just like everyone else. So as we transition into the cold season, I'll get someone that will tweet me on X, formerly Twitter, and say, hey, Dr. Shepard, it's snowing. I got 21 inches of global warming in my yard. What are you scientists talking about? Now, that's a cute little tweet, but it demonstrates that person doesn't understand the difference between weather and climate. So one of the things that a colleague of mine, Dr. John Knox at the University of Georgia, sort of initially said, and it kind of resonated, so I've built on it, weather is your mood, climate is your personality. Marinate on that for a second, what I just said. Weather is your mood. You could be in a bad mood today, but that doesn't necessarily say anything about your personality. And so today's weather, or even a week's worth of cold weather, doesn't say anything about climate change.
And yet now it's a little confusing, because now we have these extreme weather events,
Yes.
right? And when we have these extreme weather events, many of you have experienced, I know in Atlanta, you've had some snowstorms that were kind of crippled the city.
Yes, right, snowpocalypse.
So now we have extreme weather events, and then we go, well, that's the climate crisis. And then
Yeah.
people go, well, wait, which is it? Is it the mood or the personality?
That's a really great distinction. And actually, no one's really ever sort of decomposed it in that way, so I really appreciate that. So the point here is, with the weather mood analogy, one sort of day of cold weather doesn't refute climate change any more than one hot day affirms it. But what we do know, and climate scientists like me have said this forever, is that the signal of climate change, global warming, if that's what you call it, will be in the extremes. I remember testifying before Congress back in 2019, and I told the people sitting there on Capitol Hill, I said, it's the extremes that people will notice. It's the drought. It's the Hurricane Miltons and Helenes of the world, or the super droughts that we're experiencing. So when you hear that notion that climate has always changed, I have this little thing that I often say: grass grows naturally, but when we fertilize the soil, and that introduces some really bad things, the grass grows differently. And so we're seeding or amplifying our weather system in ways, and now we're starting to see extreme weather today in 2024 responding to this buildup of carbon in our atmosphere.
Well, and I would say also, isn't it true that we're seeing it more in our own neighborhoods, but in fact around the world we've been seeing it for decades?
Seeing it for decades. In fact, the global South, what we call the global South, is particularly vulnerable, just like the U.S. South. I thought it was so appropriate that you chose Atlanta for Overheated. I mean, it was brilliant in the sense that the southeastern U.S. experiences the full range of every type of weather event, and we have disproportionately marginalized or underserved communities, frontline communities, that will bear a disproportionate brunt from these heat waves, droughts. Even in some of our research at the University of Georgia, we have shown that counties across this nation that are most vulnerable, they're counties that experience these extremes, but also have poor communities, communities of color, elderly communities, communities under 5. And so this is no longer just a science experiment for me as a scientist. This is about connections to human beings, businesses, our infrastructure, our health, even our national security.
When you talk about the people who are most affected, I always think about the climate crisis and our privilege. And I think that's why we here today are privileged. We're privileged that we can even be here today. And the people that in the world are least responsible for this are often most impacted. Yes. Do you have any examples of countries or migrations or
Sure.
things that have happened?
Sure. So one of the biggest challenges we have with climate change is food production, grains, vegetables, and so forth. We know that there are people around the world that will likely no longer, and in some cases already cannot live where their families and their communities and their cultures have been for years, for decades, because they can't produce food there anymore, or because it's literally flooding because of sea level rise or storm inundation. I don't know if there are anyone here in the audience from Puerto Rico or know someone in Puerto Rico. Well, in 2017, if I mention Hurricane Maria, that resonates with someone in Puerto Rico. Many people in Puerto Rico left that island and had to come to the United States or other places. Hurricane Katrina, New Orleans. There are people here in Atlanta now that now live in Atlanta because they had to leave New Orleans. And we know this climate migration will be a challenge going forward here in the U.S. and globally. And as you said, Maggie, one of the real challenges here is the people that are most affected are contributing the least amount of carbon. So that's a real struggle and challenge, and it's not fair.
Wasn't it even the 1.5? Can you explain the 1.5 degree to? And didn't that start by island nations?
So you hear this 1 point. So the Paris Agreement is the sort of global treaty, if you will, that's trying to help us globally keep carbon emissions at bay. So the philosophy for when you hear the Paris Agreement, what's that all about? It's a global effort to try to limit carbon emissions so that we can keep our warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius, or in some cases 2 degrees on the top end. There's nothing magical about those numbers, but those numbers are sort of seen as sort of a threshold for where really bad things start to happen. Things are really bad are already happening. Let me get on a little tiny, can I step up on a little tiny soapbox? Because one of the things that we often do is we talk about it, and we're all guilty of this, of 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees. Globally, that matters, but when we're here in the U.S., we don't speak Celsius. And so we speak in Fahrenheit here in the U.S., and those numbers are even higher.
Yeah, good point.
When we talk about it in Fahrenheit. And so I encourage everyone, when we're talking about these issues, we all have phones right here. Google and do that conversion of 1.5 or 2 degrees to Fahrenheit, and it's even more worrisome. But those numbers are sort of targets in terms of what we need to sort of back down our global emissions to kind of keep us. Now, we're already sort of approaching that, and some of this is already locked and loaded, unfortunately. And so that's why we need to act now.
Okay, so you just touched, and I just want to say also, our clock is not correct. It started at a high number that wasn't correct. So if anybody needs to wave at me and tell me what time, please do.
Because I can definitely go forever, and I know we can.
We can sit here forever, but I don't think that was right.
Absolutely.
Okay, you said something that's a little scary, and will you raise your hand if you are feeling climate anxiety? You know, me too. I think we're really, that's why we're here, right? So a lot of this is already in place, right? We've already reached the point where we can't just have it not happen. It's already happened. Right. So what do we have to do? So we're alive. We're still alive.
We're here.
Although we see people dying in weather events. It's very, very scary.
Just recently with Hurricane Helene and Milton and drought and wildfires. I know you're from the West. Wildfires are a significant threat. So I'm a glass half full person. We know what needs to be done. I mean, this is not sort of a, it is what it is, as they say. We actually can act. I mean, there are 3 things that have been put on the table. Again, sort of going back to my teaching mode. There's something called mitigation, and that just means that we need to reduce carbon emissions in as many ways as possible. And I know the organization that you have found that is very much at the core of a mitigation strategy. There's adaptation. That's the idea that there was a heat wave in the Pacific Northwest in 2021. Hundreds of people died. Many of those people in places like the Pacific Northwest or London those homes don't have air conditioning because they didn't expect to have to need them. But now we're seeing 100-degree temperatures, 104-degree temperatures in some of these places. So an adaptation strategy would be to go in and retrofit those homes with air. That's an example of adaptation. And then the third thing that you often will hear about is something called geoengineering or climate intervention. This idea of launching space mirrors or simulating a volcanic eruption by launching sulfates into space to block the sun's energy. Now, I'm wearing my Depeche Mode shirt today because I'm a big Depeche Mode fan. Shout out Depeche Mode. But and also I was talking to my wife who's in the audience, and I was saying one of the reasons I really enjoy Billy and Phineas's music so much is it gives me some of the same kind of vibes that I hear. But the reason I bring that up, there's a group from that same era called the Pet Shop Boys. And the Pet Shop Boys have a song called Sometimes the Solution is Worse Than the Problem. And so that's where I am on geoengineering right now. I think it's something we need to keep on the table, but mitigation and adaptation are the strategies that I think we need to kind of embrace, and we got to start now. And we are seeing things now. There's definitely a transition. I think the shows here in Atlanta are examples of a really coordinated, well thought out mitigation strategy.
Yeah, I mean, the things that worry me about that are, for example, we upgraded our house. We changed our small house to all electrical things, stove and dryer. And it took a long time for the city to match what we were doing, right? A year and a half to get the panel upgraded and approved. So I'm a little worried about how quickly we can get these adaptations done.
Well, this is why voting is so important. And again, I am nonpartisan in terms of who I tell you to vote for, but the reason I say we do need to be climate voters is because much of the strategies and policies that need to be in place, mitigation or adaptation, will take policy. There are things that we all can do individually. And in that same TED Talk I mentioned that there are things that we all can walk out of here today and do individually, and it's still not enough. It's part of it, but we need sort of transformational policy level at the local, state, national, and international level, and so your voices can be heard. Again, I travel this world and I talk to people. The issue is not as partisan as you may think it is. There are people on all sides that understand that we need to act on climate, but sometimes the 2, 4, and 6-year election cycles that we live in aren't really sort of appealing for sort of action that a politician may need. And so again, it's important to just make your voice heard, irrespective of which side you fall on, what marinade you fall on politically, culturally, geographically, or so forth.
Is it too tricky for me to ask you, when you've been saying this, again, scientists have been saying this for so long, who are the big players that are preventing it from happening, and what can we do about that?
I was at in a White House of climate delayism discussion just about a year or so ago, having this very discussion. So I think we've moved beyond the is climate change happening. If you hear someone that says that, just kind of walk away and go la 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 la.
Because will you make your analogy of the heart disease or the heart transplant doctor?
Well, it's just this idea that heart transplant doctor is someone that I trust for a heart transplant. I don't want some guy on YouTube, right? Or some granddad at Thanksgiving dinner saying, well, here's really what's happening with climate change, let me tell you. But so we have this sort of knowledge of what's going on with climate change, and it's very clear. But what are the delayism? Economics is really at the center of a lot of the challenge, because there are perceived winners and losers as we transition our economy, as we transition our food sources, as we transition how a concert of this scale is put on. People are resistant to change. There are perceived economic winners and losers, but I think when we understand that many of this is sort of more sustainable economy that we're sort of transitioning to, there's economic opportunity there too. I mean, there's plenty of jobs. I mean, just in the state you're sitting in right here in Georgia right now, we're seeing growth in EV battery plants, and we're solar panels. If anyone's from Dalton, Georgia, the northwest part of the state, that place is known for carpet production here and always has been a leader nationally. Now they're producing solar panels. And so we see a green and sustainable economy emerging. And so if we can just get over this notion of sort of economic winners and losers and embrace the notion that there's no plan B planet? Because at the end of the day, the economy is all good, but if we don't have a planet to sort of take advantage of that good economy, So that's really important to kind of get that message across.
I love it, and it always, I think, goes back to, again, voting, which I think is not just voting on elections, but voting with our dollars, letting our voices be heard, making people know that we care about that. It doesn't seem like climate was high on the list this election cycle.
Boy, I could go so many places with that. But yes, climate was mentioned. There was some encouragement, and this is the challenge. And I know there are people that are watching. I know people in my own family, in my communities, like, I can't worry about climate change. I'm trying to pay the light bill, or I'm paying this for eggs, right? But here's where we pull back and understand that the climate in the state of Georgia, Hurricane Helene came through just a few weeks ago. Estimates from the University of Georgia, where I am a professor, says that up to $4 to $6 billion in a B of timber and agricultural losses because of that hurricane. Guess what? That gets passed on to you when you buy peanut butter or when you go buy a new T-shirt, because those costs are locked in. And so the point I'm trying to make is when people say I'm more worried about the kitchen table issues that are affecting me right now, climate is in all of those kitchen table issues. And then guess what? Also, we're dealing with diseases that weren't available in Georgia, but they were maybe in the tropical parts, but now they're here. So there's so many sort of cascading ways. Hurricane Helene knocked out part of Interstate 40 in North Carolina, Tennessee. That seems, maybe that seems far removed, but when you think about the fact that many trucks that are carrying goods and supplies that we buy in the grocery store and our local shops and malls have to transverse that route, and now they have to go all the way around to get there. That is found in costs passed on to you. So it's a really more complex web of connection than people think. So I just want people listening here and abroad to think more sort of elegantly and more sort of sophisticated about this than sort of, just the things that are happening on my kitchen table, because those kitchen table issues are connected to climate.
Perfectly said. And now we actually do not have much time. So, okay, that was a little bit daunting and scary, I think. So just a few things where you're feeling hopeful, or you can give people some takeaways, things they can take action on.
I'm feeling hopeful because, and again, I'm around the youth all the time and young adults. You all get it. And I said this at the beginning. You all are going to be the beacon of change. And so that gives me life, because I talk to students and young adults that, irrespective of their political background, who they choose to love, their religion, irrespective of any of that, they understand that we're all one planet. And so that's exciting. And I love that in a place of joy. I'm a big music fan, and so I love that through your organization, through what Billie is doing, we can all come and enjoy the music and have a good time, but with a consciousness and a responsibility for our planet. So thank you all.
Wow, thank you so much. And you can follow him on so many sites.
At Dr. Shepard 2013 on Twitter, and I'm also on Instagram.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
What worries me the most about the climate crisis is the suffering that people and animals are going through right now.
The effect it has on our food.
How our homeless population is being affected.
How close we are to reaching a point of irreversible damage.
The environment for the animals.
The extinction of species.
What would happen to the habitat.
How easily things are melting.
The ecosystems.
And our oceans.
How dismissive people can be of the subject.
If things keep going the way that they are, we just won't be able to get out of the house.
People think that it's a myth.
The natural disasters.
The expansion of coal, oil, and gas.
The drastic change of temperature.
Our energy system.
Countries who are contributing to this issue the most are the wealthiest countries.
The indifference.
The impact of animal agriculture.
Food insecurity.
We're wasting huge amounts of food, feeding animals for consumption, when there are people who are really struggling to access nutritious meals.
The climate disasters, the difficult access to clean water and food.
How quickly it's creeping up on us.
What concerns us most is our future and what the climate crisis means for our future.
There's so many people who still don't believe it's real. They still don't believe that their home is on fire.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Overheated. Thank you all so much for joining us in person in Atlanta or virtually online. These conversations are so important to be had, especially days before this upcoming presidential election. I so wish I could be there with you in person, but I'm so happy to be here to join you all virtually. Enjoy, and I hope you learn something.
Well, thank you so much, Phineas, for joining us. And thank you to the hundreds of fans that sent in videos. We're going to be sharing them throughout today. And as Phineas mentioned, the timing for these conversations truly couldn't be more critical. Seeing these extreme events happening not just in the United States, but around the world, it is so clear that the climate crisis isn't some far-off issue, but is the lived reality of so many people around the world. It is also critical that we understand that while we are all weathering the same storm that is the climate crisis, we aren't all in the same boat. It is often communities of color and poor communities around the world who are experiencing the brunt of environmental issues. So in order for us to cultivate a truly just future, we need to take an intersectional approach to environmental solutions, which is why I'm so excited to present the next panel who will be talking about doing just that. So let's please bring out our moderator for our next conversation, Stephenson-Valley, who is a deputy director at Climate Power.
Abre from NAACP. Author of Rooted, and Ayana from Spelman College.
Hi, friends.
Hey, girl. Such a Black climate girl magic moment right now.
I'm loving it. Sorry, I'm pulling up my questions. Do we want to start by introducing ourselves to everyone here? Maybe the best way to do it is describe what you do in a sentence. I'll go first, since I have the mic. My name's Stephenson-Valley. I use she, her pronouns. I'm from Atlanta, but by way of Toronto. I have to claim that. And I make friends for climate progress.
It is such a pleasure to be here today and see all of the young people in the audience, and I am so happy to be here. I am Ayana Baldwin, the Sustainability Coordinator for Spelman College, and thank you for the claps. And what I do in my work is essentially reduce environmental waste within our campus, and then also helping to integrate more of a sustainability culture on our campus.
Hey everyone, my name is Brea, she, her pronouns. I wrote a book called Rooted, which is about how Black people have always loved the land. We've also always worked the land, but in this country we don't often get the opportunity to own and decide what happens to the land, and that should change. So I hope we get to talk more about that today.
Hi everyone, my name is Abre, she, her pronouns. I'm the director for the Center for Environmental and Climate Justice at the NAACP, and I'm also faculty at UC Davis in the Environmental Policy Program there. And in a sentence, I would say that my job is to work to eradicate racism that exists in the environmental and climate space, and to work to break down those barriers that exist to allow for people to access resources.
That's dope. Let's start by grounding our conversation. When we talk about environmental justice, what are we referring to? And I'll push that to you, Bryce.
Well, there is so much that we could talk about as it relates to that. But I'm going to start with kind of the history of this country of making it harder for certain people to be able to access resources, like I stated. So for a number of years, Black folks weren't able to, for example, access the same type of housing as other people in this country. And so there was this practice called redlining. And so you would have Black people who would live in one part of the city, and then you'd have other folks, mostly white people, who would live in another part of the city. And these practices were kind of the grounding of how we got to a place of concentrated pollution in particular places. So after the practice of redlining, people started to recognize, hey, there's pollution that comes from these different plants that are popping up, these incinerators that are popping up, and this movement started called NIMBYism, not in my own backyard. And so there were people who recognized that there were problems with having toxic waste incinerators, but they said, you know what, we just don't want it in our communities. As long as it's somewhere else, that's okay. And Black folks, indigenous folks, other people of color recognized that this movement to actually talk about environmentalism was leaving out the people who were disproportionately harmed. There was this report that was done in the 1980s, Toxic Waste and Race, and it showed that 3/4 of toxic waste incinerators were actually concentrated in communities of color. And you would think that if we had that information since the 1980s, that there would be something that would be done about that. Well, they did the same report 20 years later, Toxic Waste and Race at 20, and the numbers actually increased. And so we actually saw more pollution in communities of color. And then also around the same time, there was a landfill and PCBs that were in a Black community in North Carolina, in Warren County. And this was one of the first times that we saw a demonstration at a national scale where Black folks and communities of color were standing up and saying, you cannot continue to pollute our land, our cities, our communities, and we are going to stand up and do something about it. And so all of these things together really led to a place of us having to center equity and justice in the environmental and climate space. There were civil rights communities, civil rights groups. For example, Dr. Ben Chavis, who was a former head of the NAACP, actually helped to coin the term environmental racism. So there's always been this foundational conversation of environmental justice within the civil rights, the social justice, and environmental space. And so that's how we ended up where we are now.
Thank you for that. That's a true EJ 101. I love Dr. Chavis. Aisha, I know you lived in Cancer Alley. Can you tell us a bit about where that is? Why do they call it that?
Thank you, Brea, for the question. So there are many environmental injustice communities throughout the world. It's not just an issue that is in Georgia or Louisiana, but there's communities all over the world where these injustices happen. I happen to lived in one after graduating from Spelman College in 2019. I moved to St. James Parish in Louisiana, where I lived in Cancer Alley for about 2.5 years. And the reason why the community is coined Cancer Alley is because of the concentration of petrochemical plants there. Cancer Alley sits between Baton Rouge and New Orleans, and it's about an 80-mile stretch. So there are many petrochemical plants. Some of the big oil producers are there, and people are struggling with different health issues because of the amount of pollutions that are in the air, water, and the soil. So that sums it up. But I also want everyone to know that this is just one example of a community that have these injustices, and there are many communities like this throughout the world.
Absolutely. And I think a question that might be brewing for folks in the audience is like, why don't people leave Cancer Alley? Like, why would you continue to live in somewhere that is called Cancer Alley, or one of these other communities that is plagued with environmental injustice?
Yes, so the reason why I believe that people tend to stay in their home lands is because it is home for one. And when we talk about environmental justice, it's not just, oh, I'm afraid of getting cancer, but it's also you're thinking about your quality of life, and quality of life comes with your family, your community, your culture. All of that is a part of quality life, and that is something that people consider when they choose to stay. And also taking that chance of leaving, where do you go? And what are the possible issues that the community that you may go to have? So they may also struggle with environmental injustice. As I mentioned, there are many communities that do not have clean air, do not have clean water, or clean soil, and they have other issues that they struggle with. So I think that there are a person would have to do deep research and also work extremely hard to bring their communities with them. And it just takes a lot of resources to uproot your life and move to another location.
And Brea, you literally wrote the book on this. How did we get to a state where it's hard to find communities for people of color to live in that are just and equitable?
Yeah, well, kind of like what you were alluding to with redlining, we live in a country where the people who love the land a lot, Black people, Indigenous people, young people who are thinking about this green future, who are using ancestral wisdom, are not often the people who actually own the land. And unfortunately in this country, if you don't have the deed, you don't decide what happens to the land. And that's an unfortunate place we're in. The people who own the land are corporations, are federal government, who is led by predominantly older white men, are private owners and billionaires and multimillionaires. It's rarely the people in this room. I mean, millennials and Gen Zers are just trying to buy an apartment, trying to get a good apartment, trying to buy a house. And if that house comes with a backyard, great. We're not even getting to expansively think about what it means to own a farm and to own the way that our food is produced. In this country, less than 1% of rural land is owned by Black Americans. So it's no wonder that when it's time to build a landfill or a pipeline or whatever the case may be, a highway, they're doing it through our communities because we are not the decision makers there. Someone else is making a profit by uprooting us and forcing us elsewhere, and that's where we get to this place. So we have to really understand that land theft, redlining, this violent dispossession that leaves Black and Indigenous people with so little land, and then this country we live in that leaves all young people of all races with so few options for how to get land. If you're someone who is thinking more consciously, that needs to be chipped away at. It should be easier for us to get land and to love land and to be deciders of what happens to it, so we can all breathe cleaner air, drink cleaner water, and enjoy food that we trust where it came from.
That was very well said. Thank you, Brea. With that history in mind, many rightfully note that there can be no climate justice without centering environmental justice. Many have used the term just transition to describe where we're going and how to get there. Can you say a bit about what a just transition requires, putting on your activist hat?
Yes, absolutely. So a just transition in the climate sense, it's about asking the question, will everyone get to benefit from what I'm trying to do here? Or will someone disproportionately face the consequences of what I'm trying to do here? And we're at all times in the just transition trying to make sure that we're thinking of working class people. If we're saying we're getting rid of fossil fuels and jobs that are creating toxicity in our planet, what about the people who depend on those jobs for a livelihood? Are we making sure we're replacing those jobs with something new that working class people can take, not Silicon Valley jobs, And sometimes we get lost in that. People will say, yeah, well, we're creating jobs. And it's like, well, you're creating jobs that require a very specific PhD level, master's level thing. Are you training people who look like the people on this stage to be able to take up space? Or are you surrendering us to other industries that are already being automated away? So that's an example of what would constitute a just transition. Is like, if we're saying, hey, it's bad to do plastic bags, cool. Are we creating another option for how people are going to carry their groceries who are not driving to and from the grocery store, who are getting on public transportation? If we're banning paper, plastic straws, are we thinking about disabled people who do depend on straws in a lot of different ways, and the fact that the paper straws sometimes disintegrate as you're drinking your meal? So like, how do we create things that think about the people who do depend on these and are not trying to participate in a toxic way, but just need to be considered? And that means being at the table. If we're part of the conversation, I'll be able to say, hey, that plan doesn't consider people like my grandfather. That plan doesn't consider people like my brother. That plan doesn't consider people like the women on this stage.
Thank you, Brea. And Abre, I know you're in a lot of these rooms in your role at NAACP. Is there anything else you'd like to add on just transitions and what they require?
A just transition, to all the points that were just made, it's about ensuring that everyone is allowed to be a part of this green economy that we're continuing to talk about. And I'll talk actually a little bit about some of the policies that have been put in place. So for example, there's now a climate corps, there's an EJ corps, there are all these new jobs that are supposed to be available to folks who come from historically excluded, historically disadvantaged communities, but it's ensuring that the types of jobs that exist are the ones that those individuals would actually want to take and be a part of. It's ensuring that at the decision-making table that there is a full circle that analysis to come around and think about, okay, this is something that we've started to implement, but is it actually working? And being willing to take a step back and maybe regroup and do something a little bit different if it's not working. It's about being courageous enough to realize that maybe there was something that was asked to be implemented in a certain way and it's not working, and saying, you know what, we were wrong. Let's try something a little bit different. And it's also about recognizing that the labor movement and the environmental justice movement are so intersectional and should not be seen as these two different movements that are a rift apart, but there's so much that could be done together. The labor movement and the environmental and climate justice movement continue to unite and move on one accord. And so I see that really being the glue that's really needed to ensure that we have a just transition as well.
Love it. So y'all might have heard, but in 2022, the Biden-Harris administration signed into law the largest investment in climate by any country, anywhere, ever. It's a pretty big deal. I heard Kaylee in the back. I know that was you. It's just a huge testament to the work we did as a movement. Everyone in this room is the reason we have this huge investment. I was hoping, Abre, you kind of touched on the policy. If you could tell us a little bit more about the EJ wins that came out of that and what they look like in real life for real people.
Well, I didn't go as much into it before, but back in 1992, that was when the first executive order, so the first time the White House acknowledged that environmental justice was supposed to be a part of how the federal government looks at its work. But since that time, there hasn't been as much work and movement to move that forward. There's been some reaffirming with past presidents, but the Biden administration actually signed into order an executive order that said that every single federal agency, so not just like the EPA, the Department of Energy, some of the agencies that we may think of to do environmental work, that every single agency has to look at environmental justice. And so this is truly an intersectional win, because we recognize that our environment and our climate, it impacts every single thing that we do. And so for the first time, it's causing people who may not have ever had to think about environmental issues to think about their impact in the environmental justice space. And there also is, for the first time, billions of dollars that is going to communities to actually fix past wrongs in the environmental and climate space. Now, one thing to know is that a lot of this money goes to the states, and so the states then allocate it to the communities. And so it is a win that the money is there, but it's also really important for us to understand the structure that's been set up and recognize that governors play a large role in making sure that the communities get the money that's actually there. For the first time as well, we have these community-based ways of communities actually helping to allocate money. They're called Tic Tacs. And these Tic Tacs are actually there to ensure that the different types of allocations of money are actually going to community-based groups, as opposed to just the groups who know how to write the grants, who know how to get the money, and ensuring that groups that actually are doing the work, that they're actually able to access funding for the first time. And then the last thing I'll mention is, for the first time, so lead in any capacity in our water is a really bad thing. And we've known this for a long time. And a lot of groups, including ours, have been fighting to say that there should not be lead in any water. And for the first time recently, the Biden administration announced that all 100% of service lines have to be lead-free within the next decade. And this is a huge win, because we should not be having lead in our water at all. There's so many health injustices that happen when there's lead in water. And so now we have accountability to ensure that we actually are able to have safe drinking water across the country.
Aisha, I know you have an inaugural sustainability job. Can you tell us a bit about that, the work you're doing, and how it's related to like the transition we're seeing?
Yes, so because of the commitment that our country has made to climate, a lot of these positions are popping up. At Spelman College, which is a historically Black college here in Atlanta, it's a college also for women. They were able to hire me, which I'm super hyped about having a job in this economy, for one. And also, it's a sustainability job. And I remember when I was graduating in 2019, there were not a lot of sustainability jobs. So what it means is, like people have said, our country is committed to climate, which makes other institutions also commit to climate. And Spelman, I like to think that we have always been at the forefront of these issues because of who we are as an institution for Black women who care deeply about environmental and social issues and have been advocating since 1881 on these topics. I think now that we have the opportunity to have a more physical space for sustainability, we are able to now have more funds for students to put together their own sustainability initiatives. Next week, we're launching composting in our cafeteria, so that's really exciting. And it's just an opportunity for us as an institution to continue to progress towards the choice to change the world and what we have been doing.
That's awesome. Okay, well, I am an organizer to my core. So before we wrap here, I would like for y'all to share one bite-sized thing that everyone in this room can do to advance environmental justice at home. Some folks might have just heard about this for the first time, so keep that in mind when you share your suggestions. And we'll just go down the line.
So I'll start, and we bonded over this earlier, but when we're thinking about food, and it's beautiful, the display behind us, this is real food from a farm here in Atlanta. We can think about growing our own food, even if you have a tiny space. And you can start easily with something like greens. So I started growing chia, and a lot of people don't know, but chia it is a plant. So if you get your chia seeds, put it on some soil, water it. It's really hard to kill. So this is also why I'm giving this advice. Start with chia and use that as your green, as opposed to going to a grocery store where your greens are coming from God knows where and the environmental footprint that has. So starting simple with growing your greens at home.
Yeah, I love that so much. And we, as she said, we're bonding about this because I have chickens. I live like 30 minutes from here, and I've got 8 chickens, and we've got some raised garden beds. But I grew up in New York, and literally my mom is like, I don't know, I did not raise you this way. Where did this come from? But like you said, I think you get tired of going to a grocery store and being like, I either have to spend twice as much to get the organic version, or I have to settle for this and hope that it's not slowly killing me. And the more that we can chip away at that by growing little bits of our own food, it doesn't mean you're gonna like, you know, tomorrow be making all of your meals from the things you're growing in your balcony. But it also encourages you to then go to more farmers markets and figure out what farmers do creative subscription boxes. And farmers are really trying to reach customers without needing to have a middleman. And if you're interested, there are so many ways wherever you are, including in states like New York and California, there are ways to find local farmers literally by Googling local farm near me. So that's one. And then lastly, I would really encourage people to look into the land back and reparations movements. It is so hard for us to transform what happens to the land so long as Black and Indigenous people own so little of it. And these are the original land stewards, people who have so much ancestral wisdom that could save our planet for all of us to benefit from, but they just need the acreage and the resources to own it. So please look into that and explore it, and don't be afraid. These are not scary words, and it's going to benefit all of us in the end.
So we are on the cusp of Election Day. And I know that, you know, thinking about elections and thinking about whether or not it makes sense is a personal decision. However, a lot of the things that I mentioned before rely very heavily on our ability to, on our votes. And not just at the presidential election, that's also incredibly important. It's your local elections, it's your gubernatorial elections, it's your House of Representative members, it's your senators. All of these people are making decisions about money that's actually going back into communities who have been historically excluded. And so when we think about this panel of environmental justice, it's about ensuring that there are people who are in place, decision makers who are in place, who are thinking about equity at their core, because the way that this country functions still, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your politics, is based on the people who are in those positions. And so really think about that as we come up on Election Day. The other thing is that you don't have to do it alone. There's a lot of groups who have chapters and branches, like the NAACP. We have branches and we have units and divisions all across the country. So you don't have to try to figure out how to do this type of thing by yourself. We have environmental justice committees actually at our branch level, at our state conference level, at our unit level. And so you can actually go and join some of these movements that are already happening and then figure out how you can best fit in as well.
So to recap, try to grow your own food, find a local farm, and vote, join a local organization, and if you can, research the land back and reparations movement. Thank you, ladies, for your time. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Kyra.
Okay, I told y'all that would be a good panel. Wow, incredible. So our next speaker is someone that I'm so excited to introduce you all to. She is not only one of my personal heroes, but a good friend of mine. Xiye Bastida is a leading climate activist. She's a Mexican climate activist and indigenous rights advocate and storyteller who has spoken on world stages around the world, spoken to heads of states, and is someone that the climate movement really looks to for her leadership. She's going to be joining us here today virtually, talking a little bit about her work and her role as a co-founder and executive director of Re-Earth Initiative, which is a global youth climate organization working to make sure that young people are included in climate narratives. So with that, welcome Xiye.
Hello, everyone. It's such an honor to be here today. I'm really thank you, Wawa, and thank you, Liz, the panel on Environmental Justice 101. I think you could have had a better panel to be introduced to this topic and already know about it. And I'm just going to share a little bit about my story, my background, and in hopes that it can inspire you and that you can learn something, especially from indigenous cosmology. I come from an indigenous community in central Mexico, and I grew up with very specific ways of seeing my relationship with the land and my community's relationship with the land. One of the very first things that we learned is that we are extensions of the earth. There is a word in my language, Otomi, Xiye. My name means soft rain, Xiye. And Xiye also means green or alive. So the continent, for example, of the Americas is called Danshimehoi. And there's, for example, the word for our skin, for humans, is Xiye Defi, which is also the meaning, Defi, the meaning of deer. So it means that we are extensions of the life of the earth, and we're extensions of other animals like deer. And with cosmologies like these that have embedded in them the very intricacies of how we are extensions of the land and how we should protect the land and be in stewardship. When I started seeing the impacts of environmental injustice, it was very confusing to me. My own community was one where they taught me that when I was on my lagoon, I was one with it. But at the same time, there were over 200 factories dumping their waste in our local river. A river that my father used to bathe in was now a river that is so toxic that there are no fish left alive in it. So in just one generation, things have changed so massively, especially in places like my hometown, where they are peripheries to cities like Mexico City. And they have been impacted so severely, not only by impacts of environmental injustice and targeting of frontline communities, but also by assimilation. We often talk about crisis as this apocalypse that is coming towards us. But as you heard from the panel before, and also from many stories of indigenous communities across the world, we know that the climate crisis is only another reiteration of our ways of life ending. So I don't see the climate crisis as the first thing that has impacted our communities, because we have become resilient. And when a community has already gone through the end of something, it means we can start imagining better worlds. Did you know that when we imagine the past, when we think of the past, we use 6 parts of our brain? But when we imagine futures, we use 11 parts of our brain. And this is something also integral in indigenous philosophy, the 7-generation principle, which teaches us how to think intergenerationally, not in the next quarter, the next year, or even just think of a linear life, but really circularly. And the 7-generation principle is something that is really embedded in my cosmology and way of seeing the world. Knowing that we have to look at the past 7 generations' wisdom for the stability of the future 7 generations. And that is what we must ask from our leaders. And all of the systems that build, they cannot just be short-term. The last thing I'm going to share with you is really my experience of moving to the United States. You might be wondering why from Mexico. I know English, all of these things. I moved to the US when I was 13 years old. In the US for 9 years, I did high school and college there. Even though I lived there for so long, there was no viable way for me to ever become a citizen, to ever vote, to ever have a voice. And either I organized the climate strikes in New York City. We organized over 300,000 people in this. I went on strike outside of the United Nations over 100 weeks, and also outside of City Hall. I organized my high school to go to City Hall, to Albany, for us to talk to our leaders, because I was told that the United States is a country where our voices and our can be heard. And this is why I'm to you with this message that is way beyond the boundaries of the States, because you know that what happens there has a repercussion all around the world. And there's many people like me who are still in the United States today whose voice is not heard through electoral processes. So I think we have even more of a responsibility to act for those who don't have a voice in the same way. We might still show up to the protests, we might still show up to the hearings, we might still testify, but voting is one of the things that is something that we might never have. And that is why it's so important that we back each other up, that we unite, that we act in reciprocity to the earth, to future generations, to our ancestors, and to our... So with that, I leave you today. I am so thankful to Billie, to Maggie, to the whole Overheated team, and to Wawa for all of the insights that you will hear today, because we are stronger, that we are together. We know that we are writing the future. We are fulfilling their prophecies of ancestors. And we are here to say that we will not let the future be decided by the people who will not really experience the repercussions of their actions. There are people today negotiating, and we have the ability, capacity to be part of those rooms, those decisions, those negotiations. So we'll keep up, I will keep showing up, and I hope that you can join us in this new era. Leadership is intergenerational. We're leaders for the earth and leadership for life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Xiye, for joining us. We miss you. Xiye's personal story is really a great example of how important our stories are for building a better world. And that's why I'm so excited to introduce the next panel, which will be on just that. They're going to be talking about how you can harness storytelling to love a better world into existence. With that, I am very excited to introduce our next moderator, Abre Sawyer.
All right. Thank you, Wawa. I'm really happy to be able to introduce a few really, really great climate activists and storytellers here today. I'm going to start with folks that I'm happy to call my friends. EARTHGANG, Olu, Doc, come on out. And next, Maya Penn, an amazing illustrator, video producer, climate activist since age 3. And then finally, Abbie Richards, a disinformation expert, a climate expert, who can talk to us a little bit about how we counteract some disinformation. Before we get y'all settled in, I know we've all been like sitting for a long time and taking in a lot of information. Do y'all mind joining me? Just like stand up if you're able and willing. Just like shake it out. You know what I'm saying? Stretch. Do whatever's gonna like wake you up a little bit. Because it's supposed to be, we're supposed to have a little bit of fun. I know y'all all going to the show tonight. So we want you to know that this is like a joyful space. And so, just wake yourself up a little bit. All right. You feel good? All right. Appreciate it. All right. So thanks y'all. That was halfway for me. Okay, so we're doing a panel on climate storytelling, and one of the reasons that we think this is so important is because, as Dr. Shepard was saying, as the panel ahead of us was saying, there's a lot of information here that people are taking in, but a lot of the ways that we actually retain information is by connecting it to a human being, connecting it to a human story. And these folks are experts at doing that. So I I know that one of the most important things, and sorry, I'm reading off my questions here. One of the most important things that you can do is tell your own climate story. That's true for you, that's true for all of us. So I want to start with the panel for all of you. Can you tell us your climate story? You know, what got you passionate about climate work, and what keeps you going in it? And y'all can go in any order.
I guess I'll go first. What got me passionate about climate work? I think climate work found us. Initially, I'm just passionate about this planet. I think we take for granted everything that we experience in this lifetime, being able to go to nice beaches or go outside and go to the Chattahoochee and canoe at the Chattahoochee, or go out to Piedmont Park and have fun. I know during the pandemic, Piedmont Park was like the meeting place and the gathering ground for a lot of people in Atlanta because we were so confined in our homes and in our apartments and stuff. But I mean, as a kid, I just used to watch the Travel Channel and just seeing like Discovery Channel, Animal Planet, and just seeing all the things that I didn't necessarily have immediate access to. And in my mind, it was like, in this lifetime, I'm going to experience all of this. But in order to experience all of this, we have to be great stewards of all of this as well. So that's how it kind of connected.
Maya, you look like you got something on your mind.
Yeah, well, first of all, I just want to say it's so wonderful to meet all of you, and thank you so much for being here. Well, my name is Maya. I've been an environmental activist since I was 8 years old. I'm 24 now, so I've been doing work in this space for 16 years, and I am a multi-hyphenate climate solutionist. So what that means is that I use so many different mediums and methods and skill sets to make an impact for climate and environmental action. So I have my own nonprofit organization that I founded when I was 11 called Maya's Ideas for the Planet, and I do a lot of work focused around environmental and climate justice, as well as gender equity and humanitarian issues, period poverty, and pretty much everything in between. In the US, Haiti, Senegal, Somalia, and Cameroon. I do a lot of work in sustainable fashion as well. I have my own eco-fashion company that I founded in 2008. I am a eco-literacy steward, so I'm very passionate about people being armed and empowered by the knowledge about what's happening to our planet and to our communities and how they can utilize that to make an impact within their own communities. And I'm also an artist and an animator. I'm a filmmaker. I have my own production company called Upendo Productions, and we're very focused not only on creating media and film and animation that fosters eco-literacy, but also job creation for the next generation of artists, such as, especially with a focus on women, Black, Brown, and Indigenous artists, queer and disabled artists around the world, across over 11 different countries and counting now. And you know, for me, I'm just always had a passion for environmental science. I've always had a passion for making an impact and giving back. I have memories of growing up, being outside, me and my mom planting an organic garden in our backyard when I was really little, and like how that fostered environmental stewardship and an affinity for the natural world. And doing this work over 16 years, I've just really seen the power of collective action and how important it is for people to understand that this work and this movement will take all of us, and you don't have to be a quote-unquote expert to make powerful impact in this space. So, yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. Beautifully said. I'm the other half of EARTHGANG. Can y'all hear me? Is this mic working? Check, 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 check. All right, yeah. For me personally, I've always had like a sense of love and empathy for the living creatures around this planet and the planet itself, which is a living creature. But it really hit my soul. We went to like an event / kind of like a convention regarding climate change, and all the experts in this event would say the same phrase over and over again. They would say the phrase frontline communities, and what these communities are is like where the impact of climate change is expected to hit the hardest and the fastest. And a lot of these communities are communities that contain Black and brown people like you and me. So that's when it really hit my soul, like, dang, you know what I'm saying? We're not in control of who's destroying the world necessarily, but we will be the first to have to fight it off. And it's gonna hit us first. And then eventually it's going to affect everyone. But, you know, on a personal note, it really, when I heard the term frontline for a lot of the black and brown communities across the whole country and really the world, you know, that really spoke to me. And I was like, well, we got to do what we can.
Beautiful.
I feel like it's a little cliche, but I got radicalized into the climate movement by the Lorax.
Not cliche at all.
I'm just not the first. I think it really got me. It was ingrained in me from a young age. And then I got pushed into climate disinformation because I am so gullible and I fall for misinformation all of the time. And I have 2 degrees in climate. And I thought that that was kind of remarkable. And I thought that, like, the way the brain works and the way that we behave so irrationally in the face of information is fascinating. And it's like a problem that I really wanted to be able to address head on. So I would say some combination of the Lorax and my own gullibility got me there.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you. So Maya, I want to start with a question for you. So as you mentioned, you've been a climate activist since you were 8 years old. I know you're an animator, a video producer, film producer, I should say, not just video. And you've seen, you know, firsthand the power of storytelling in a lot of different mediums, right? So I'm thinking a whole lot about the scientific facts and figures that we hear. Dr. Shepard mentioned earlier the 1.5 degrees versus 2 degrees and all these different things, IPCC reports and so on. Can you talk about how a good story helps to make some of those, or helps to make a connection that sometimes the facts and the figures can't?
Absolutely. Well, for starters, accessibility to information is what will save us. And storytelling is one of the most powerful ways to create that accessibility. So, for example, we had this conversation about the facts and the figures. We see so many terrifying headlines about the current state of our climate. We see reports on the current progress of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And for the average everyday person, it's like, I understand there's something out there happening, but what does this really mean to me and for my life and for my family or my job or my school and my community? And that's where storytelling comes in. Environmental issues are human rights issues. Everything that we care about, think of one thing right now that you care about, that you are passionate about, you wake up every day and you dedicate your time to that thing whenever you get a chance. That will be and has the potential to be impacted by climate in some way, because climate is the umbrella for everything we care about as human beings, right? And so the power of storytelling really comes into taking the data, the facts, the figures, and then translating that into real human stories of people who are on the ground, who are doing grassroots work, who are being directly impacted, not only showcasing the problems and how it affects different people across the world, but also the solutions that are also being created, because I think it's important for people to understand that there are so many people who are working hard to make an impact. And I think people need to know how they can get involved. And I think that storytelling also takes away a lot of the intimidation or the fear of entering this work or this space. You realize these are people that have the same hopes and fears just like me, and I can get involved in some way. And I use storytelling across my work, everything from I have talks that have been translated into over 100 different languages. I've spoken at schools around the world, from Clayton County, Georgia, to Narok County, Kenya. And I have books that have been translated into, I have books that have been used as curriculum in schools and translated in different languages. And then there's animation. Abbie, I actually love that you mentioned the Lorax as your why, because that just shows you is a testimonial of the power of animation as a medium. I'm currently directing and lead animating an environmental action adventure short film called Asali, Power of the Pollinators. And thank you. It's being executive produced by Viola Davis and features the voices of Whoopi Goldberg, Caleb Worthy, Monique Coleman, and many more. And I'm just really passionate about really changing the landscape on what climate storytelling specifically can look like and showcase something different.
Beautiful. So when we're thinking about changing the landscape, a lot of that landscape is where we live. EARTHGANG, obviously, y'all are from here, from Atlanta, from Southwest Atlanta, West End, Ben Hill, all that, so and so. And you've done a lot, obviously, through your music. You touch on some climate themes, but you're doing a lot through your foundation as well. EARTHGANG Foundation, I know, is doing a lot of things here in Atlanta, some things across the world as well. Can you talk a little bit about how your art feeds your activism and vice versa?
We never know who to let talk because it's two of us. Go ahead, man.
How does our art feed? I think our art is like, this is what we've discovered. Like you said, we're from Atlanta. We're from Southwest Atlanta, right down the street. You know what I'm saying? We can walk to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium from our crib. And, you know, we grew up in a predominantly black city, environment, place. Like, I had 2 white teachers from kindergarten to 12th grade, and didn't know any white person by my first name until I went to college, you know. But since we started to create this music and do what we love, we've discovered that our music is the food that brings the world to the table. And once we get people who are diverse from all across the world to the table, that's when the ideas, that's when the discoveries, that's when their gifts start to shine, and that creates a whole new world that we can live in and we can explore and be a part of. So that's been our gift. That's how, you know, our art feeds just the landscape of bringing people together and letting their light shine.
And then, yeah. Clap it up, yab it up. Yeah. Heck yeah. We can loosen up this whole panel, as a matter of fact. Everybody just, you know what I'm saying, the shake-off worked a little bit.
It was a tomato.
But yeah, and additionally, we've started our community gardening efforts. We started with a young middle school around the corner from where we grew up, where we are implementing these community, or these class gardens where it's part of the curriculum for students as young as, 12 and under to learn how to grow their own food and learn sustainability practices right there in the school. So shout out to APS, Atlanta Public School System that we came out of, for helping us start that and put that together. So we bring that everywhere we can. And we also, as far as the art and the music, where they can join that, we have a record right now out called Deep Blue. And who's using it? Oceanic Global is using it to promote for their efforts to clean up the ocean. So yeah, we just partner wherever we can. Go listen to Deep Blue. Go listen to it. There's a lot of ocean stuff.
So Abbie, thinking about how all these things go global, you mentioned the information goes global, but the disinformation also goes global, right? And as someone who has studied this, let's refer back to the question. There's a lot of influential figures, right, putting out a lot of disinformation, right? We saw with Hurricane Helene a lot of lies about what the FEMA response looked like, which became dangerous, right? Number one, for people not being able to access resources because they're being told the resources are not there. But also, there were folks going after FEMA personnel, like really scary stuff, at a time when we really need to be working to make sure people have all the resources they need. This is all a long way of saying, how does different information spread online? And how do we shift these sort of false narratives when they start to take root?
Yeah, so with disinformation, with climate disinformation, you're kind of up against 2 big forces. The first is the tremendous amount of money and energy that has gone into decades of pushing these lies. You're not talking about a single narrative that spreads. You're talking about it in like the larger picture of, fossil fuel companies and their allies have been spreading lies about climate change for decades because they don't want to address it, because it's not in their financial interest to address it. And that has ingrained itself in the minds of many, many people across the world. And then the other thing you're up against is human psychology. We don't want to think about climate change. It's really scary. Like, the emotions that it brings up are really hard for people to manage, and it's a lot easier than to stick your head in the sand. So not only is there a lot of money going into this disinformation, it's like enticing for people to believe it, because then they don't have to feel as scared, and then they don't have to feel like they're complicit in something. So those are 2 really big forces. And when people ask me how you talk to somebody who doesn't believe in climate change, which is about 15% of Americans, like fully just don't believe it at all, I would recommend not engaging with them head on. Like don't waste your energy fighting them on whether or not climate change is real. Figure out instead what climate issues they actually do empathize with. They don't have to believe that climate change is real to support soil health. They don't need to believe climate change is real to support composting. Like, there are other ways to reach them and grab them and bring them into the climate movement without needing to address this thing that is already like an emotional issue that they're not going to budge on. They've been presented with all the facts, right? They're not gonna just change because you've convinced them. So reach them in a place where they care and try and push them on policies that are climate action. Try and help them understand that, like, they don't actually need to believe in climate change to understand that these policies are fundamentally still good for them. And that's like my big message for you. It's like, stop trying to fight them head on and instead go around. See what issues.
Have you ever converted a non-believer? I'm sorry,
So
I just want to know.
I honestly love finding like an old white guy in a bar and getting into like a fight, and sometimes it works.
Yeah.
Amazing. Clap that up. That's cool. So, Abbie, you mentioned policy, which I think is a great segue into my next question. As Wawa mentioned, I work with Climate Power. We work really hard to inject climate into more of the political conversation across the country. And one of the stories that we work really hard to tell is about the things that are actually happening to address climate change, right? I think a lot of us are used to hearing how bad it is, and it is bad. I mean, it's hot today in Atlanta. It's not supposed to be like this. But we are also at a moment when there has never been as much climate action happening as there is right now. Some of you might know a couple of years ago, this administration passed the Clean Energy Plan, was the largest investment in climate action ever. I think, I forget the numbers. I think there's been over $350 billion invested in climate action, 330,000 jobs created, tripling the amount of clean energy in the country. There's another stat that's in my brain that I'm losing. But a lot of good things happening. And I wonder for y'all, how do you think about telling the story to people that shows that there's something that you actually can do about this, that there's a way for you to get involved, and it's not just, that we're all doomed?
Well, I just want to say that hope is incredibly critical. It is a necessity, and it is a catalyst for action. And I think that a lot of people get caught up in thinking that hope is either comes from a place of being naive or isn't relevant with the current events, but it's the goal of oppressive systems to trick you into thinking you don't have any power.
Amen.
And to trick you into thinking, that there is no hope. But the truth of the matter is, the biggest fear that the people in power, these hyper-capitalists, people who have pretty much turned our planet on its head, they don't want you to recognize the power that you really do have. And when you're in community with each other and organizing and using your skills and your passions, if anything, and this is what I will leave with everyone today, I need you to be proud to be a person who cares and wants to do something even when the people around you don't. And a lot of people will say, who cares? Why do you care so much? There's no hope, and have a very nihilist, viewpoint. And a lot of those people are afraid to look the problem in the eye and actually do the work to make a difference in some way. But that person does not have to be you. And so I just want to say that hope is very, very critical. That's why we're all here in this room right now. That's why Overheated exists and why this platform is being used in such a powerful way. So I would say make it personal, find what it is that you already care about and connect that with climate, because I guarantee you there's a connection between what it is that you already have a passion for and climate and environmental work.
No, I think that's such a good point. Pick a thing. I think climate as a problem is so hugely overwhelming because of how interconnected it is. And we don't need a bunch of people who are overwhelmed by how vast the problem is. We need a bunch of people who have selected the one thing they are going to dedicate to fighting for. And I think that also makes it easier to achieve your goals, right? If you're just pushing for plant-based options in your school lunches in your city, that is achievable. And then you can actually see the progress that you are making. And yeah, I think that we need a lot more people who are just dedicated to the one thing they care about, and then can look at how far they've come.
All right. I know we're getting a little bit short on time. I got two more questions for everybody. One is actually speaking to Abbie, your point on getting overwhelmed and being just the anxiety taking over, right? And sending you catatonic. I don't know about y'all. Sometimes when I get stressed out, I'm like the little fainting goat that just falls over. So my question is, with this work being as hard as it is, for all of you, how do you handle the stress of doing this work and the burnout that comes from it? What are you doing to maintain yourself and keep yourself going?
I think one thing that I just love doing is kind of just going out in nature and kind of reminding myself how beautiful this experience is, whether it's somewhere close or somewhere far, taking a road trip, doing something like going down to PCH, Pacific Coast Highway, just small things like that. And not only just to remind yourself, but to kind of decompress, get away from it all, and experience it while we're here and while we're in this lifetime, instead of just always being on fight mode, engage. It's, it's still here to experience right now. So that's one thing. Oh, yes, he put me down. So my, also have this health and wellness company called Compass, COMPXSS. And for me, we bring kind of the tools to keep you engaged or to help you find your way in life in this journey, whether it's yoga, breath work, meditation, and also just life experiences, activations, going to saunas, going on retreats, things that get you outside of your mind and into your physical body and outside of just the digital space or the confined cities. We love the cities. That's where we're able to interact and meet people and exchange ideas. But all of these things that we're doing is to maintain the entire planet, not just the cities, So it's great to go out there and be a part of that. So, yes.
Does anyone else have one more quick one, and I'll do my last question?
Yeah, for navigating the burnout and the stress. I work with really dark topics. I work with misinformation and extremism, and it's bleak. And I think in general in the climate movement, you have to get really comfortable with grief. And I hate having to give that advice. It's not fair. You guys shouldn't have to be comfortable with grief. But there's a lot of loss, right? You're grieving for your planet. You're grieving for those people that that are suffering from climate change. You're grieving for yourself. You're grieving for people that you don't know who are suffering from it. You're grieving for the absolute irrationality of the fact that we're here in the first place. This is insane. There is so much grief. And it's so much easier. As someone who tried to deny that for a while, it's a lot easier if you learn how to feel it. And instead of, numbing yourself, instead of running away, you learn how to lean into it, because with grief, the only way out is through. And you're going to have to feel it.
Beautiful. Okay. One last question. We're over time. Let's do it quick. Obviously, an election is coming in 2 days. Very, very important. And we're, of course, everyone up here has encouraged all of you to vote. If you have not already voted, please make your plan to vote. On one side, we have someone who is a climate denier, who has promised the oil companies that they will do whatever they want if they're elected. And on the other side, someone who has spent a long time fighting oil companies, put in the first environmental justice office in the country as DA, and has really invested in climate action in these last couple of years. So for me, it's a very clear choice, but we also know that voting is not the only thing. It's not the last step in any political process. So my question to y'all, we're all gonna vote, but but we're going to vote and then what? Fill in the blank for me. Vote, then?
Vote and then collaborate, because this election is not the end, it's the beginning. And the results of this presidential election, and there are many local governmental offices that are also on the ballot, so please be aware of that. This will set the stage for the action that we can accomplish on the ground in grassroots collaboration and organizing, right? So there's a term that's, that we use called siloing, where we see this phenomenon of people in different activist fields, whether it's racial justice or environmental issues or gender justice, they're all sometimes siloed into their own fields when there are actually tons of overlaps between all these issues. I just want to say quickly, I appreciate the fact that, you know, Overheated was brought to Atlanta, to my home state, because many people don't understand that the environmental justice movement in the U.S. was born from the civil rights movement and born in the South, right? And so it's understanding and recognizing, like, hey, you do this totally different thing from me, but there's probably a way we can connect it to environmental impact and the impact that you're trying to create, so everybody wins and goes further together. So vote and then collaborate.
Beautiful.
Vote and then join the EARTHGANG Foundation. Yeah, do that.
Vote and then maybe have a little cry. and then pick a thing and go.
Pick a thing.
You got one? Come on.
Vote and then share what you know.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, everybody. Sorry to go over a little over time. One more hand for the panel, please. Thanks, y'all.
I'd say that the single action that people can take to make a difference is to think about their money and put their money where their mouths is.
Making more ethical choices in regards to what we consume.
Save energy. Adopting a plant-based diet
can dramatically reduce your carbon footprint and your freshwater footprint.
Find the intersection of what brings you joy, what you're good at, and what you think needs doing.
Recycling is a big part of helping our climate.
Finding a second purpose for old materials and items that aren't being used anymore. Watching how much water you're using.
Learn how to cook more healthy, sustainable meals.
Reducing our meat intake. Something as simple as turning off your lights.
Use electrical vehicles.
Carpool around town. Ride bikes.
Endorse what's called the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Make sure that the stories of the most marginalized and the most affected get heard.
One thing, educate yourself. Educate yourself.
Advocate for addressing the climate crisis in whatever space you occupy.
Reduce and eliminate animal products from our use.
Thrifting.
Choosing sustainable products.
Eat one plant-based meal a day, which is the 30-day pledge.
Talk to people.
We can all speak up about the climate crisis.
As a whole entire world, we can help fix what we have been doing wrong.
Like Billie said, one of the most important things we could do is vote for a candidate who is committed to protecting our climate.
How are y'all feeling right now? Good? Our speakers are amazing. Well, if you are enjoying today, make sure to share on socials and tag Overheated, because we might share it. And next up, we're going to be having an Overheated alumni from the UK tune in virtually. Robbie Lockie is the proud founder of foodfacts.org, and he will be sharing his own personal story with you all shortly.
Hello, Overheated. Thanks so much for the wonderful introduction, Wawa. I was born in a tiny mountain city in Zimbabwe, Africa, where I learned to appreciate the natural world. Living there, I experienced droughts, floods, and different levels of extreme weather. Today, I live in London, where the weather is milder, but our country has experienced extreme flooding, and many people have lost their homes. I now work to raise awareness of how food choices impact human and planetary health. Let's review the basics of climate change and the food system once more. Imagine our planet as a giant greenhouse. You heard that from Dr. Shepherd in the intro with Maggie. In a greenhouse, sunlight comes through the glass, warming the air and helping the plants grow. But the glass also keeps that warmth inside, stopping it from escaping so the temperature stays just right. Earth's atmosphere works in a similar way, which is why we call this the greenhouse effect. When the sun's energy reaches Earth, some of it is absorbed by the surface, warming things up. The Earth then sends some of this warmth back out as invisible heat, called infrared radiation. But the greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane act a bit like the glass in the greenhouse, and they trap some of the heat and keep it from escaping back into space. But why does this matter? Well, these gases come from things like factories, cars, and especially the food we eat and produce. They build up and trap more and more heat, like adding extra blankets that just keep warming up. The result, our planet's temperature keeps rising. Now, when the Earth heats up, it isn't just about us having hotter days at home. It triggers changes in our oceans and ice on our planet and even our weather. Warmer temperatures cause our oceans to absorb more heat, which melts ice in places like the Arctic. Ice actually normally reflects sunlight, sending heat back into space. But as the ice melts, we're left with dark ocean water that absorbs more heat instead. This creates a vicious cycle, so less ice leads to more heat, which actually leads to less ice. This warming affects the way our oceans actually move. Ocean currents act like giant conveyor belts, which move water, warm and cold water, around the globe. These currents keep weather patterns stable. But when the oceans warm up, it disrupts this balance and the currents begin to shift. So changing currents means changing weather patterns. For example, warmer oceans fuel stronger storms like hurricanes, which actually these storms end up drawing their energy from that warm water. This shift can also lead to more extreme heat waves that can change rainfall patterns, causing floods in some areas and droughts in others. Now, let's connect this to what's on our plates. Different foods impact the environment in different ways, especially animal products like beef. Raising cattle produces methane, a greenhouse gas that actually traps heat faster than carbon dioxide. Beef, in particular, is one of the largest carbon footprints. And why is that exactly? Well, because cattle release methane through their burps and farts, and this happens naturally through their digestion. They require huge amounts of water, land, and feed, and this often leads to deforestation and loss of natural habitats in places like the Amazon rainforest. There are billions of these animals bred into existence every year, and this has a huge impact on our climate. But you might be asking yourself, why has beef got such a big footprint and yet it is still so popular? Well, we touched on that earlier when we talked about disinformation. Corporate marketing plays a huge role. Programs like the Master of Beef Advocacy, yes, that's a real thing there in the United States. People are trained to promote beef and counter conversations about its environmental impact. They have trained a whopping 22,000 people to keep beef's reputation positive, even though its production actually is catastrophic to our planet. But for balance, it's not just about meat. Other foods like chocolate also have a high carbon footprint due to resources needed for farming and processing. There's also this common myth about local meat being better for our environment. But here's the thing. The emissions from transporting the food that we eat is actually tiny compared to the animals themselves. The animals are the main source of the emissions, not the travel. Another important myth you must know about is the overpopulation myth. Some people think that our climate issues all come down to having too many humans on the earth. But actually, our planet could support billions of more people if we didn't spend so many resources on feeding billions of animals for meat. Now, this is going to blow your mind. Remember these two numbers. For every 100 calories we feed a cow, we only get 3 calories of meat back. For every 100 calories we feed a cow, we only get 3 calories of meat back. Isn't that crazy? It's a super inefficient way to get food, and shifting our resources towards more plant-based foods could make a massive difference. So here's in summary what you can do. Here's a quick list to help lower your carbon footprint and fresh water usage. Eat plant-based foods. They're generally lower in emissions than meat and dairy. They're things like plant-based milks, beans, lentils, nuts, seeds, fruits, sweet potatoes, rice, pastas, herbs, and spices. Waste less food. Cutting food waste is one of the simplest ways we can reduce our emissions. Choose sustainably produced products whenever possible and support brands that are working towards environmental goals. And more importantly, ask yourself before you buy anything non-essential, do I really need this? Or am I succumbing to peer pressure? It's a really important question. And finally, learn and share. The more we know, the better choices we can make. Knowledge really is power. In a nutshell, small changes all add up and every bit helps. Thanks for listening. And remember, the power to change our world really does lie in the choices we make, mostly on our plates every single day. Please enjoy the rest of Overheated.
Thank you so much, Robbie. I also can't stop thinking about that statistic about 100 calories for a cow and 3 calories for people. It's going to be my new party trick. But this is a great segue into our next conversation. I think a lot of people have question marks around how the climate crisis is impacted by our food choices, and they are really interconnected, which is why I'm so excited to bring back Maggie onto stage, where she's going to be moderating a conversation that's going to help, hopefully, all of you walk away with a better understanding of not only how those connections can be made, but how you can be a part of the solutions.
Thank you, Wawa. Hi, everybody. I have some amazing guests. I have Isaias Hernandez. Come on out, guys. Jasmine Crowe-Houston, who is this beautiful person, and Jamila Norman. And you also have me. And of course, in this panel, I am here representing Support and Feed, which many of you know about. And at Support and Feed, our mission is to address our global food systems by helping to move to a more equitable plant-based food system, increasing access, acceptance, and demand for plant-based food. Of course, many of you know we have the plant-based pledge to eat at least one fully plant-based meal a day for 30 days. We offer you support with that. And as Robbie just said, little changes make a difference. So that's why I'm here today. And Robbie laid out the case very beautifully. So I have these amazing guests, and each one of them is addressing climate and food in a slightly different way. And that's what it's going to take. It's going to take lots of different approaches. Some might be farming, some might be local, some might be new inventions we've yet to determine. So, Isaias, let's start with you, because you're on my left, my immediate left. So, how did you make this step into being, actually, you know what? I'm going to read your little bio so that people have a little better sense of it. You are an environmentalist, educator, and creative devoted to improving environmental literacy through content creation, storytelling, and public engagements. You are most commonly known as Queer Brown Vegan, and which is your independent media platform. So why did you transform your life from where you were studying environmental science to being an advocate for plant-based foods?
Yeah, absolutely. And hi, everyone. It's so great to be here today. I think for me, you know, I've always been inspired by environmentalism. So I had this curiosity to, you know, if I want to save the world, or if I want to change the world, I should be an environmental major. And, you know, my earliest years in undergrad, when I was in college, I remember taking this food systems class. And the professor asked us, you know, raise your hand if I were to offer you two things, 2 months of water that allows you to shower each day, or 1 hamburger. And I said, well, I would choose the hamburger, but I also don't want to smell. So I would sacrifice the hamburger and choose water. For each hamburger that is eaten, we use 660 gallons of water. And so I think for me, that really changed my perspective of like, that's equivalent of 2 months of showering. And so I think that like, as I kind of delved more into like, okay, well, what do you want me to do? Like, I'm a broke college student. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I started to read more from a historical and educational lens, is that, you know, from the science perspective, we know that 38% of our land that we use today in the world is used for agriculture. Of that 29%, it's animal agriculture, animal grazing. So a large supply or food system today is animal agricultural centric. And so I think for me, it was about asking more questions around curiosity of like, it's not to say that I'm not smart enough or you're not smart enough, but it was more to kind of start to think about, okay, like these are the things I kind of want to start asking myself. And, you know, well, what does it mean to then swap out these foods? And so I think that's kind of how I fell into love with plant-based food systems, is I kind of saw it as an alternative way to treat the earth better, but also to treat the people who are also immigrants, that are people that are Latin descent like myself, to provide justice for them. And that's a lot of the work that I do today, is to highlight those stories and to really inspire people like you all to kind of rethink the ways that we see food.
Love it. And interesting segue, because Jamila, you also are AKA Farmer J, first-generation daughter to Caribbean parents whose history is rooted in agriculture. You're an internationally recognized urban farmer, food activist, and mother based in Atlanta. But what's so fascinating to me is that you started out as an environmental engineer and you segued to being a farmer. So tell us about that story back to the 80s, like you were talking about.
Yeah, so thank you all for having me. And yeah, I started off, you know, I used to watch Captain Planet. I used to, you know, back in the 80s, they used to have Greenpeace and all that. And I really wanted to like save the planet and save us from all the pollution and everything that we were doing. So I feel like we're still having a lot of those same conversations. So I went to University of Georgia and went into environmental engineering. And I got to engineering because in talking to my TA at college, I was like, I really want to be part of the solution. And he was like, sounds like you actually want to like build things to help the environment. I was like, yeah, that's right. That's what I want to do. I want to like save us from pollution and all. And so I did a 10-year career in environmental engineering, working in environmental protection. And essentially I went all over the state of Georgia, really on the compliance side with industry and seeing the impact on our environment of like all types of industrial processes. At the same time, became a mother, raising kids, living in Atlanta. And I moved to the southwest side of Atlanta, and it was experiencing a lot of food insecurity, really bad food access, and I was just kind of like, this is ridiculous. So I'm gonna just start growing a little bit of food in the city. And so farming for me really just started off as like this need to just provide food, but it was something I did on the side of engineering. And so next thing you know, 4 years later, like I was a full-fledged farmer. I had an official farm in the city. I was going to market. I was selling to restaurants. I was just kind of like organizing farmers. And I just saw that the intersection, like agriculture had such a big impact on the environment and how we grow food, and the land that is committed to agriculture, like you were saying, is really committed to a lot of raising crops for animals. You know what I mean? We, like, agriculture is the biggest industry in Georgia, but we actually don't really grow food. They grow really commodity crops. So they grow soybeans, they grow cotton, they grow everything, and it's all for export markets. So we don't even realize we don't even eat food grown in Georgia. So, and a lot of the food is traveling crazy miles from other countries, or like maybe California. California grows a lot of food for the nation. And so it was just kind of like really interesting to see, like, I can actually have more impact and as a farmer in an urban environment than I was as an environmental engineer working for the state on the policy side, like, you know, in government. And so that's really what kind of like took me to agriculture, and I just haven't looked back. And it also allowed me to sort of reconnect with my family's heritage of growing food. A lot of us are, you know, immigrant, you know, might have parents that immigrated here. I was first born here in the US. My parents are from Jamaica and Trinidad. And their grandparents grew food. I mean, they grew the food that they ate. They grew the, you know, the clothes that they wore. You know, all that is plant-based. It's cotton. I mean, so plant-based is not just your food. You know, it's the houses you live in. That's wood. You know, it's the clothing that you wear. That's cotton. That's wool. That's silk. That's all. You know, well, not silk, but you know, like it's all land-based. So how you treat the land really impact's just all part of your life. So I just like fell down the agricultural rabbit hole, and I can't go back. I love it.
Does anybody know what an environmental engineer is? That's one of those phrases I hear. Can you explain?
Yeah. So an environmental engineer is someone that really works on different systems that affect or interact with the environment. So like some of the things environmental engineers do is like they'll design wastewater treatment plants. So we all use a bathroom, water goes down the drain, it disappears, you don't know where it goes. It goes to a treatment plant, and environmental engineers design that. They will design systems for like pollution off of, like power stations, when they're burning coal, or when they're, we'll design hydroelectric dams, we'll design landfills. So those are all of the different systems that environmental engineers design that treat or clean up or, provide a service that we use, every day.
I wanted to ask partly because I think that it's always important when you're a young person to know that whatever you are interested in, whatever you're good at, there's a place for you. Mm-hmm. And there's so many careers. There's like, if you're interested in music, there's a million careers in the music industry. You don't have to be a musician to be around the music industry. Absolutely. And the same is true in caring about the planet. There's so many ways in. And last but not least, Jasmine. Jasmine Crowe-Houston is an award-winning social entrepreneur, children's book author, and determined leader dedicated to making the world a better place. In 2017, after years of feeding people experiencing homelessness from her own kitchen, she launched Gooder. So amazing. Sustainable waste management and hunger solutions company that leverages technology to reduce food waste and combat hunger. Gooder. I heard you're actually in 15 states, by the way. It's so amazing.
Maggie.
How did that happen?
Good afternoon or morning. Oh, it's afternoon now, so good afternoon. It happened very organically. I was feeding people, as you just mentioned, and a video of my work went viral. And I woke up one morning just to millions of views and all these comments and friend requests. And as I was reading through the comments one night, one of the reoccurring questions people kept asking me was who donated the food. And the truth was nobody. I was couponing. I was price matching. I was taking $5 and $10 donations, cooking all this food myself. And so I went to Google, fully believing I was going to get a nifty little list of these are all the businesses that you can go to. I don't know. I mean, that literally was my thought. It's like, oh, I'm going to start getting this food donated. Where can I get, what happens to extra food at the end of the night from businesses? And instead of getting that list, I fell into a deep rabbit hole about food waste. And so I like to call myself an environmentalist from Google. Like I literally fell into this Google search, fell into a rabbit hole around food waste, and became so enraged at how much food we waste in this country. And I had no idea. And I think that's the crazy piece about it. Until I started kind of talking about it, and more people are having these conversations now, the average person doesn't realize that we waste nearly half of all the food that we produce in this country. And what made me so upset about that is that nationwide tonight, we have 47 million people in this country that are going to go to bed hungry, wake up tomorrow morning still not knowing when and where their next meal is coming from, and we're wasting perfectly good food that could be going to them and solving hunger. And so that's essentially what got me started with developing Gooder.
It's so amazing. And of course, the connection to climate, Robbie mentioned it. Exactly. The food waste is a major contributor. When you talk about the whole chain of, because I don't think we think about it.
I don't think so either. I mean, because as this food sits in landfill, so to give you guys a perspective, this football stadium we're sitting next to, we could fill that football stadium about 4 times in one day with perfectly good food. So just think about that. 4 times to the top with good food, vegetables, whatever you may eat, but all of it goes to waste. And so the production, the water, the labor, the transportation of people driving that food from point A to B, then driving it to this location, now it goes to the landfill. It sits in the landfill. It produces harmful methane gas, which over a century is about 28% more harmful than carbon. So a lot of times we hear about carbon dioxide, but we don't talk about methane gas. So it's a leading contributor to global climate change. Project Drawdown has said it's the number 2 thing that we could do to be combating climate change. And I think when you think of the effects on the planet and then the effects of your neighbors, I think that's why we have to solve it.
What do you mean, the effects of your neighbors?
You know, I think there was a Snickers commercial. You may remember this, Maggie. You may remember it. And it said it was Betty White and Danny DeVito, and it premiered during Super Bowl one year. And the Snickers commercial says, "You're not yourself when you're hungry." And when you think about that, how many people haven't been able to live their truest and their full lives because they're experiencing food insecurity? And you, ladies and gentlemen, know this more than anybody else. You go to school. You've been in school. You probably know somebody. If the numbers are 1 in 6 people, right? Whether you know it or not, somebody in your circle has experienced food insecurity, hasn't known where their next meal is going to come from. They depend on free breakfast and lunch at schools. Schools themselves waste a lot of food. I'm having a lot of conversations with schools because so many students don't always take the lunch. They throw it away. So we are all part of this problem, whether we know it or not. So that's what I talk about when we think about people. And then when you're in the class, right, and there's that student who hasn't ate, maybe they're acting out, or maybe they can't, they're not going to test as high. So then your school's test as a whole, you're not performing as well, but half of the students in the school don't know where their next meal is coming from. So how can you learn through hunger? I always say a lot of times these students are playing what I would call catch up. If they depend on free breakfast and lunch at school, they didn't get dinner last night. When they come to school, that breakfast replaces the dinner, the lunch replaces the breakfast. And so you have children that are sitting in class wondering when and where their next meal is going to come from. And I don't care how amazing of a teacher you all have, no teacher could ever teach through hunger. So it affects you in a lot of ways.
The reason we're having this conversation is because you cannot separate food insecurity and food equity from climate change. They are all interconnected. And for many years, climate conferences and summits left food off of the table, literally. And finally, it's starting to be discussed. And you make that beautiful point of our food systems, being inequitable on the climate level and how that translates back. I also wanted to add that, of course, that food waste that's sitting in that football stadium equivalent, the meat and the dairy are emitting more methane gas than the plants. And so that's another reason, like even on your food waste, if you're wasting lettuce, not great. If you're wasting meat, worse. So there's a lot of ways. Yes.
You spoke about the water piece of it too. I think that's the other piece. So it's like, that's a huge part of it.
And Isaias, talk about the cultural relevance of this. A lot of times, one of the things that comes up in the move to a more equitable plant-based food system is A, the lack of equity, and B, cultural familiarity.
Yeah, I mean, I think from a personal story, like, when I heard the term plant-based in college, I was like, what's that? Like, and I was eating meat at the time. And, when the little bit of background is like, I grew up in poverty, so like I was on food stamps. I had the lunch reduced tickets, and I remember like as a kid going to like local churches and food banks, and like just going with my mom as a kid and just like seeing what foods were available, and a lot of it was processed foods. And as a kid, you're happy because you're like, I always had food. My parents always made sure I had food. Was it as always nutritious? No, honestly. But you know what? It was something that we had to rely on, and many people who are low income or people who grow up poor have to rely on, especially if you are someone that is a single parent or you're someone that is disabled, someone who has mental health illnesses, and it's really hard to be able to kind of like figure it out. And I think, for me, when I learned about food justice, it's not so much about we're putting plants all over the world, we're putting plants and justice on it. So that means that your community eats, my community eats, that the kid that's down the street that's being raised by a single parent has access to nutritious resources. And so I think when we look at the future of our food systems and like trying to redesign our plate is from a cultural standpoint, I grew up Mexican and my parents are like, what are you going to eat? You're going to die if you go vegan. That was the first thing they told me. And I think for a lot of parents, it could be shocking if your kid is like, I want to go vegan one day. And if you don't have the education or the knowledge, but how many of us have been used to eating fruits and vegetables our entire lives? Like for me, like when my parents couldn't afford meat in the early days, they would use beans or legumes as protein, which are higher protein counts, and also it provides brain clarity, especially for younger generations. Like our attention span is really hard because of TikTok and other platforms, but like, you know, it's hard for us to focus. Yeah, exactly.
Beans and blueberries.
Yeah,
Good
beans and blueberries. And so I think it's important that, you know, when I was going to plant-based and going to try to choose veganism, it wasn't like, oh, I have to do everything perfectly. I was just like, how do I want to teach other people? And it was through education of like sitting down with my friends and being like, can we have a dinner party where we try to cook vegan? And, you know, some of my friends would make horrible dishes and some would make good dishes, and we'd make fun of each other.
Like all cooks?
Yeah, like all cooks. We all learn. And I think it was really those great experiences that helped me transition more. And also from the cultural standpoint, is that you can still have the same types of food in your culture and enjoy it just as much as the non-vegan version. And I think for me, that's one way for you all to kind of think about that, and also ask your local student organizations or cafeterias to switch to more plant-based.
Great suggestion. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I did want to say something. So, like piggybacking off of the cultural aspect, you know, what I really try to kind of like get to people is that explore sort of like the plant-based options within whatever cultural background you come from. Because I think one of the things that has happened in a lot of, especially, you know, America's a country of like a lot of immigrants, and, you know, sometimes it's really hard to access all of the ingredients of your, you know, your homeland or your country. So we're just trying to sort of like make the best, you know, with what we have. But at the same time, like our foods get sort of like distilled, you know what I mean? So what is considered Mexican food is very like, oh, you know, it's tacos and tortillas, or like, you know, what's considered Jamaican or Trinidadian food is very like, you know, just a few items. But once you like really like dive and delve into like truly like your cultural foods and heritage, you find that a lot of foodways are really very plant heavy and meat was just sort of like an, you know, aside, you know, like, so my parents, the thing that I realized that made it to where I found my way to farming was my parents kept their upbringings very fresh to me. Like, so they always talked about how it was when they lived on the land in Trinidad and in Jamaica and what that looked like and how they sourced everything from the land. So my mom just always kept that fresh and that story like really, and I was born and raised in New York City, like straight up New York City, Brooklyn, Queens, you know what I mean? So so it just was like in the back of my head. So then moving to Georgia and having all this land, and, you know, it allowed me to be able to like say, oh, okay, I can grow food. And I know there was one story I was talking to Allison and them about, was so moving to Georgia, you know, of course, we all think of like soul food, and I had to get familiar with soul food because, you know, my family's Caribbean. And one of the things we grow on the farm, obviously, are collard greens. And, you know, I had to learn how to cook collards like anybody. Like, if you're going to be in the South, you got to learn how to cook some collards. And I worked at the state, and we would always have like the Thanksgiving potluck. And I'm pretty much plant-based. And I was like, can I cook the greens, please? But, you know, and they're all looking at me like, ma'am, we know you eat nothing but some vegetables. Like, and I was like, I promise you guys, it will be good. So I made the collards. They're plant-based. I think I use like a lot of garlic. I mean, garlic makes anything taste good. Lots of garlic, some other things. And I'm telling you, these people about lost their minds. They were just like, what did you put in this pot of greens? And I was like, seasonings, it's all vegetable. And so for me, it's not about like preaching to people, but just like, you know what I mean? Like volunteer to like bring something interesting, you know, or be like, you know, like dig into your family history, or just kind of like find ways of connecting instead of like preaching and just really trying to kind of like tell people how they should be. Just like show up. And then people started kind of coming to me and being like, so, you know, I've been doing this salad. So what do you think? You know what I mean? And you're like, oh, well, I mean, you know, you can try this or try that. So, yeah, you know, it's like you just sort of lead by example. And then it gives other people permission to sort of like show up in that way as well.
Jasmine, I know that you also do produce boxes. You have a couple of lanes of your organization. And I know that one of the things you do, which we also do with Support and Feed, which is effective, is provide recipe cards and provide information. Why is that so important?
It's so important. You know, one of the stories I always tell, when I first started working with Gooder and we were recovering excess food from businesses, donating it to nonprofits, one of our first ever customers was Turner Broadcasting Systems, Time Warner. This is back like when they had like Adult Swim, Cartoon Network. And these are executives, right? So people that are making six-figure CEOs, and I was recovering that food and it was getting delivered and donated to like a local shelter. And I took all of the food, and when I first started, I was very much involved in the process. And I went down to Atlanta Mission, and I was watching the chef pass it out. And one of the guys says, you know, oh, you guys are trying to kill me. And the chef was like, try it, man. It's just some asparagus. And I was like, you know, I love asparagus. It's so good. And what the chef said to me is, he said, Jasmine, you never realize how many people have never seen fruit and vegetables outside of a can. And I was like, wow, I didn't even think about that. Because, you know, anytime I go to a restaurant, I mean, asparagus seems, and Brussels sprouts over the last, I would say 5 to 10 years are on every menu anywhere you go. So someone not seeing it or not recognizing it was so mind-blowing to me. So we do a lot. We partner with an organization called Healthy Hip Hop. So we have like turnip greens that wrap and teach kids like how to make healthy turnip greens. And, you know, we also too, Maggie, it's really important. Anytime we do connect with families, we have that optionality, right? We offer almond milk. We offer oat milk. We don't just give people whole milk, because a lot of times when you're serving people that are living on or below the marginal poverty line, it's usually just take what you get. So when you think about when you were in the food banks and things with your parents, it was, you guys didn't have options. Like, you wouldn't have been able to ask for almond milk or ask for a meat alternative if your family didn't eat meat in the household. So that is something that we've done with Gooder since the very beginning, which has been life-changing. And so to hear from people that maybe are, just because you, and this is what started with me feeding on the streets, just because people were homeless didn't mean that they didn't have dietary restrictions, didn't mean that they didn't have religious convictions. So I had to serve for that, and I've been doing that, you know, since the very beginning.
I love that. It's part of the reason that we at Support and Feed serve restaurant quality meals, because it's respectful and it gives people the feeling that they didn't get the seconds. And not to say that food excess is seconds, most of that is beautiful food, but giving that choice and giving that respect. I am sad to say that we are almost out of time, because this literally flew by. Any last thoughts that you'd like to suggest to people about ways that they can approach their plate and the food choices they make?
Yeah, I'll go. I mean, you know, I'm an urban farmer, so as much as you can, you know, buy local, source local, support local, especially regenerative farms that are growing organically, that are, you know, engaging in systems that are regenerative to the planet. So find your local, you know, farmers market, support those farmers. And that, yeah, you know, just eat as much plant-based as possible. You know, you don't have to become a vegan, but, you know, if you go from 1 day to maybe 2 days to 3 days a week, yeah, like, you know, very accessible. It's a good barrier of entry, exactly. So, you know, just do the best you can.
Isaias?
Yeah, I would just say, you know, if you're someone that's, you know, struggling to buy plant resources on that end, is like, ask your parents or your friends of how to cook. That's how I learned how to cook a lot of meals. I would just ask my mom, like, can I please like learn from you? Because she would not let me touch the groceries, because she's like, you know, we paid for that. But if I were to teach her, like, she would teach me of like, this is how you cut a vegetable, this is how you put seasoning. Like, you start to learn more. And I think that they took away home cooking classes in, you know, for a lot of people in K through 12 education system. So if you have that access, please take one. It was really beneficial in my career.
I would just tell you guys to encourage your families to not overbuy. Specifically, we're coming up on the most wasteful day of the year, which you guys could probably imagine is Thanksgiving. And so a lot of times we just have this excess, like the more the merrier. I am someone who shops for meals, so I kind of go to the grocery store. I pass it anyway when I'm going and picking up my kids for school. So I'm like, this is what I'm going to cook tonight. And I'm going to stop and get those items and make sure that my husband takes it to work or my kid has it the next day. And if you do ever find yourself having items that are left over in your refrigerator that have gone bad, consider composting them, or even using your garbage disposal at house, which is something a lot of people forget about too.
Yes, and some cities have that garbage now that will go right into compost. Yes. And I will add to that I think your freezer is your friend. If you have food that is like getting a little bit tardy on the age thing or old, I cook it up or, you know, and put it in the freezer. Make soup and freeze it.
And set reminders, Maggie. That's the thing I tell people. Like, it's been in there a month. Like now, like set a little note as soon as you put it in the freezer, because sometimes you'll leave it in there for so long, which is something I did to my wedding cake, and I just didn't. I was like, oh, I'm gonna save this for
a year. You're supposed to.
99 years. No, it's not. It got frostbitten, so I needed to remind myself it was in there. So set a reminder that you put something in the freezer and go back and cook it.
I love it. Well, these are amazing tips. I feel like we could really keep going for a long time on this panel, but we are out of time. So thank you so much. I think Wawa's coming back to talk about lunch appropriately.
Yay!
Thank you all so much.
I gotta.
What a great panel. Oh my goodness. I've learned so much, and I just want to thank all the panelists that have already spoken up here. We've learned so much, and I'm so excited for some more conversations that we have later. But it is lunchtime, and I have a couple of announcements, so please bear with me. So first, lunch, for those of you who are here in person, we're going to walk out and go left, not use the elevators, there are stairs, and we have some plant-based food for everyone, which is really delicious and yummy. We also have organizations that are local to Atlanta that are tabling. Please go talk to them. So many panelists have talked about how important it is to get involved, and this is an easy and perfect way to get connected with community-based organizations. We also have a fashion activation where you can upcycle your own overheated top. And if you forgot your own garment, we have some thrifted options for you. We also want to bring attention to the QR code behind me. This is a Support and Feed pledge, and you can pledge to eat one plant-based meal a day for 30 days. And you can share with us at Overheated or at Support and Feed. As well as some people have been asking for folks that are GA for Billie's show tonight about what to do. If you are here in person, here in Atlanta, and have not yet gotten your wristbands, you can go to gate 6 to get your wristbands so you don't lose your place in line, but you have to do that before 1. So you have like 30 minutes, so during lunch. And for everyone here, please come back. There's a lot of exciting conversations happening. And if you're tuning in on YouTube, we have not forgotten about you. Maggie and Savannah are going to be having some exciting conversations that will be live streamed during lunch, so please check in. And I think I've said everything, so I'll see you all back here in an hour. Thank you so much for sticking with us and joining us here today.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining the live stream today. While all the participants who are here in person are enjoying a lunch, I thought I would join you and have some conversations. I also wanted to say that Jamila Norman, who was the beautiful farmer, urban farmer on the last panel, is responsible for that gorgeous produce on the stage, which you might have missed if you're at the live stream. So we're so grateful to her, and we're so happy that you all are tuning in. And I'm going to start today with some local Atlanta sustainability celebrities. My first one is John R. Seidel, and he's going to say his title because it's a little bit of a tongue twister.
Thank you so much, Maggie. John R. Seidel, Deputy Chief Sustainability Officer for the City of Atlanta.
Wow, that's a very impressive job. What do you have to do in your life to end up with a job like that?
So it's a good question. And as you said earlier, there's so many different walks of life that can lead towards working in policy, whether you're working at the federal, state, or local government level. And that's also why your vote matters. Shout out for our election coming up. But I started as a student, as many do, that cared about sustainability, that cared about food, that cared about waste and recycling, that cared about composting. And I also wanted to make sure that my school had clean energy on top of its roof. And so that's where I worked in. We created a student group called DU Solar at the University of Denver, where I went to school.
DU what?
DU, shout out.
Denver, from Colorado.
DU Pios, go Pioneers. And we put solar on the rooftop, working with our administration, got 1,000 students to sign with us to say we need to do more. And so now that I've graduated, and we had that one, now we have over 30 installations. And then worked my way towards here, working at local government here in Atlanta.
Wow. Okay. So is your job something that every city has that equivalent job?
I would say that all major cities, certainly, as well as corporations. It's one of the newest, I'd say, chief suite opportunities that's out there. And when I first joined the city 8 years ago now, it was just us, Athens, Clarke County, and City of Savannah. Since then, we've had 13 other local governments have a similar position, and we're continuing to grow.
Wow. What are the things that you are proud of that are happening in the city of Atlanta?
Oh, my gosh. There are so many things to be proud of. I'm so proud that, first of all, that y'all could be here to help lift up young people, because it's young people and people from all different types of backgrounds to make this work possible. I think transition to 100% clean energy by 2035 is so important in making sure that we are, whether that's clean energy procurement, whether it's scaling up that model that we had at University of Denver, and right now we have 36 buildings that have solar on top, whether it's we just got a grant to do 10 composting drop-offs all around the city of Atlanta. There's so many things that I can talk and have a TED Talk about that I'm proud of and excited for. But we're right here in State Farm Arena, and we're going to hear a little bit more about State Farm Arena later, about why it's, whether it's sports, whether it's policy, what you do in your home, whether it's where your sports team plays, whether it's where your city council is, whether it's where your principal is, if you're in high school or middle school, or just at your house, where you can make change happen.
What does a day in the life look like for you? What are you doing? Are you walking, or are you meeting with people? Are you going to different buildings? What does that make your day?
Yes, and all the above. So it's all about partnerships. In the mayor's office, we're always working to find ways to be able to build collaborations and towards to advance our climate goals. So we have a lot of different levers that we can pull. We're a policy arm, so trying to pass really sustainability policy, whether that's our sustainable building ordinance, whether that's coming up with new contracts like our solar program called Solar Atlanta, whether it's working with organizations like MARTA, our transit system, or State Farm Arena to find ways to be able to make zero waste events something that is expected across the board for any major event. And shout out to Billie Eilish for really helping lead that from a musician's perspective of why this is so important to have zero waste events.
Yeah, I love it. It sounds like Atlanta is, we came to Atlanta for Overheated because it is, as someone said earlier, the perfect city to talk about all these things. Mm-hmm. You not only have some really advanced concepts going on and leadership going on, but you also have some unique challenges. For sure. What about those?
Absolutely. Like every city, really, everybody has challenges. I'd say, number one, if you can do it in Atlanta, you can do it anywhere. That's why Atlanta influences everything. So whether it's what we're doing here at our amazing sports stadium that supports the Atlanta Hawks, whether it's what we do just a couple blocks down the road at City Hall, if we can do it here, we can do it anywhere. And so, and that includes tackling the greatest challenges of our time, whether it's affordable housing, whether it's making sure, Jasmine talked about it earlier, 1 out of 6 people are food insecure. These are all different types of things that sustainability is actually completely linked up to it. Affordable housing, if we're building new affordable housing, but it's not, you can't pay your gas or your electric bill because you're using way too much energy, then it's not really affordable. Mm-hmm. And so, trying to find the best models, like I said, policy models, partnership models, funding models, and there's today we have more tools to address these issues than ever because of things like the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. Literally hundreds of billions of dollars going to local governments to be able to solve these issues and our nonprofit and for-profit partners.
So many green jobs.
So many green jobs. Yeah, yeah. And those that are students right now, whether you're middle school, high school, we have apprenticeships, like with one of these partnerships with Hertz, where it's Hertz Electrifies Atlanta. We actually have a curriculum for our Atlanta Careers Academy with our Atlanta Public School Systems here, where they will be implementing with students to be able to maintain electric vehicles as a part of Hertz's fleet. And then dive into, hopefully, we're going to be able to recruit them to come to City of Atlanta Fleet work for us if we can compete. Electric vehicles is such a huge and burgeoning industry that it's going to be competitive. And, if you want good job security, that's just one way to be able to make sure that you have some job security in this grand, broad sustainability field.
I like it because It's sort of a scary time, but it's a very exciting time.
Yeah, I'd say it's the existential threat to all of us and all we care about, but it's also looking in the right way. It's the greatest opportunity of our lifetime to work together on our commonalities and see ourselves across the board of what we're passionate about and how, whether that's art, whether that's music, whether that's policy, to be able to work together to make this world a better place for, I just had a 16-month-old baby, for her to live in into the future.
That's the best.
Yeah, it really is.
Well, thank you. I really enjoyed talking to you. I appreciate you, and I appreciate all you're doing, and I appreciate your beautiful city.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody for staying in and staying tuned and taking action.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thank you, Maggie.
Okay, we are in State Farm Arena. And so we thought it was only fitting to talk to Sophie, who is the sustainability chief for State Farm Arena, and hear all the amazing things that they are doing in this arena. So I've talked to you before. I think if you follow Billie, you might have seen in 2022, I did a tour of your arena, and you showed me all of the inventive things you were doing. So talk about what you're proud of in this arena.
Well, first of all, thank you for being here and doing this here in Atlanta at State Farm Arena. We're so proud to be the place where we've hit our milestone or our 500th event with Billie being here last night, 501 tonight. So what we've been building here is really about the culture and being very intentional, whether that's internally within our internal team members or our fans. There's just so much we can talk about when it comes to trying to train new behaviors while having a great time, whether you're attending to see Billie Eilish or the Hawks win, whatever it is you're doing, we want to be really intentional about that journey being as sustainable as possible. And there are so many layers and so many individuals that are part of this that it cannot be accomplished, like John R. said, without the partnerships of everyone being part of the solution.
How do you deal with the storytelling aspect of what you do? Because I think that when we make change, that's great, but it sort of stays a little siloed unless we tell the story of what we're doing. And I know arenas have a lot of partnerships with other arenas. And how are you working to tell your story and help other arenas and other event spaces follow your lead?
Yeah, I think you make a great point. There's a lot of wonderful things happening nationally, and there's a lot of opportunities to tell those stories. And what we're able to do is be really intentional with our partners. For example, we have all of our aluminum cups in the building that fans have the ability to reuse as often as they like before it's recycled, and it's infinitely recyclable. But with our partners at Novelis, we're able to really amplify that. Just like last night, we had a couple of fans who were randomly observed properly recycling, who received tickets to attend tonight.
Did they come today?
They did.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yes, for an event that was sold out in 15 minutes.
That's so nice.
So having activations like that where you can interact with fans and say, hey, thanks a lot for doing your part. We're a zero-waste venue. That goes a long way. And being able to do that during a Hawks game where you take one fan down on the court and you basically have a moment and say, why are you down here? Thank you for doing the right thing. Those are ways where we can tell that story. But I think it's important to be really consistent, even with the storytelling.
What does that mean?
It's not just talking about it during Earth Month, but it's actually talking about it when it matters, when it's applicable, and when it's a part of aligning with everyone's goals, but also making sure it's happening in the background, no matter if the story is being told or not. So this right here, an incredible opportunity for us to highlight our milestone or 500 zero waste events, but it's not the only time for us to talk about it, but it's a wonderful time too, because someone like Billie and yourself and Support and Feed, it's like our stars have aligned.
It's so nice. Well, if you come to a sporting event or a concert, I think it's important to also help tell that story. So if you go to a venue and you see the things you like, you can shout that venue out. I think people listen to those, at State Farm Arena. And if they hear a thank you for something sustainable, that might influence another arena. I think it's great when artists go like, I'm literally going to book my tour looking for those arenas. And you can be part of that by highlighting the events you see at these spaces. Any tips for people coming to the shows?
Just do your part, please. We've got bins everywhere that are properly labeled, so please toss it in the right bin. We have a team that, as you saw when you were here back in 2022, that manually does the sorting. So we really appreciate everybody doing their part and just being mindful and intentional.
Okay, thank you, Sophie. So nice to talk to you. Thank you for being here with me. I'm not sure what we're going to do now. I'm not sure if we're talking to more people or if we're going back to our holding pattern. Savannah, I'm going to put you on the spot here. You can come talk with me for a second. You can hide your pass for a second. This is Savannah Louie, who was a local Atlanta reporter, newscaster, happens to be a relative of mine, believe it or not, and we've just connected. So what are some of the things you've seen in Atlanta that excite you about what's happening in the sustainability world? Anything you can think of?
You know, one of the things I notice about Atlanta in general, I know we've talked a little bit about clothing so far at this event, and we're going to get to more clothing discussions, but I feel like Atlanta as a whole has such a big thrift scene here, a big secondhand clothing scene. And if you go into different neighborhoods, you're going to see different types of clothing, different types of people shopping for that secondhand clothing. And that is just one way that I personally am passionate about making sure that we are thinking about the environment and how can we, dress more sustainably and keep that as a focus here. I've lived in a few different cities across the country here, and I will say I think Atlanta is very, very proud of what we're able to do when it comes to repurposing and repurposing clothing, I should say.
I love it because I actually am wearing, the people who are here today have the opportunity to get one of these t-shirts, which came from a thrift center, and it is emblazoned with a silk screen overheated.
Love it.
Thrift stores are amazing opportunities, and you're going to hear lots about fashion coming up. Allison, what else do we have to talk with people about, or shall we go back? Okay, well, you're hearing it from Allison. We have amazing panels coming up. We're going to have some lunch, and we'll be right back, so don't leave us. Come back. We have special guests later, and you won't want to miss that. And we have amazing panels on fashion and the oceans and, of course, voting and the importance of our power to vote. So we'll see you later, and thank you so much.
Hello, my beautiful fans. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I want to tell you about what we've been doing on this tour to help create a better future for us all by lowering our impact on the climate. And I want to tell you how you can join in too. If you took public transport to tonight's show, you're awesome. In certain cities, we've added shuttles and rideshare options to help you get to the venue more sustainably. We're also having conversations and advocating with local governments for the importance of increasing access to and awareness of public transportation. When it comes to transportation, thanks to my amazing team, we are minimizing the number of trucks and buses we use, decreasing our carbon footprint. And our no idling policy means that our vehicles get turned off when they're not in use, eliminating excess exhaust. I am partnering with Google Maps to provide my fans with sustainable choices at every stop on my tour. You can use Google Maps to find the most sustainable route to and from the venue, or to see my guide to local plant-based restaurants. You can also find delicious plant-based options at concessions throughout the venue. It's much easier to eat plant-based when you have choices, and we've worked with our venues to give you more of them. You can check out the plant maps created by Support and Feed to learn more about your options around the venue. We're also providing plant-based food to our crew throughout the tour. We are using sustainable practices to create all the merch and vinyl you can find around the venue. All of the clothing is made from a variety of 100% recycled cotton, organic cotton, or recycled polyester. The fashion industry is one of the biggest consumers of water in the world, so we are also making sure that the water used to create your merch is recycled and reused. The vinyl is made of 100% recycled vinyl, helping to reduce carbon emissions by 90% when compared with virgin vinyl made from fossil fuels. I'm continuing our partnership with the environmental nonprofit Reverb to help make this tour more sustainable and empower the music community to take action on urgent issues like the climate crisis. We are taking steps to reduce our footprint on the tour, and you can too. Visit the Reverb Eco Action Village in the main concourse tonight, where you will find reusable custom water bottles available for donation, free water refill stations, and the chance to connect with local climate organizations that offer opportunities for you to take action in your community. I also want to shout out my mom and her nonprofit organization, Support and Feed, which is committed to combating the climate crisis and food insecurity by making plant-based food more accessible and accepted. Because of this tour and additional support from Support and Feed's amazing partners, we've been able to expand our plant-based food drives, provide plant-based food globally, and create conversations to bring people together to talk about food justice. Thank you to American Express for helping Support and Feed deliver nourishing meals to communities across the tour and supporting local restaurants. You can find Headcount there as well, a nonpartisan nonprofit that harnesses the power of live music events, where you can register to vote and learn about how important it is to participate in our democracy. The Eco Action Village also hosts the Support and Feed pledge to eat one plant-based meal a day for 30 days. By taking the pledge, you'll reduce your water and carbon footprints, help save wildlife habitats across the world, and lower greenhouse gas pollution. In fact, if everyone here tonight takes the pledge for 30 days, that would save 7 million gallons of water. So, make sure you stop by the Eco Action Village to check it all out. Finally, I want to thank everyone here who bought a Changemaker ticket for this tour. Through these tickets, you're helping to fund important nonprofit organizations, projects, and voices dedicated to climate justice, reducing carbon pollution, and supporting crucial environmental work. Changemaker tickets also support Reverb's Music Decarbonization Project, a campaign I helped launch to eliminate greenhouse gas pollution in the music industry. Thank you all again for coming tonight. Just by showing up, you're contributing to a brighter, safer, and more sustainable future. I hope tonight inspires you to take climate action and stay involved long after the show ends. And one more thing, the most important thing we can all do is vote for candidates who are committed to protecting our planet. 16 million young people will be eligible to vote for the first time this November, and you will decide this election. To get involved with everything I just talked about, scan this QR code. There, you can get trusted candidate comparison guides, take the Support and Feed pledge, learn about the sustainability actions you can take, and more. Let's all show up for our futures together.
Hi everyone, how was lunch? Is it good? See, plant-based foods can taste really, really amazing. First, thank you to the Atlanta Drumline Academy for being so cool. I'm in awe. They are also an incredible organization. They teach young kids how to read and play music and also provide critical mentorship as well. So you should look them up and support them. Thank you also to the incredible and talented co-founder of Overheated, Billie, who is such a champion for bringing along sustainability on her tour and beyond, and even making Overheated the incredible event that it is. Now, she also had a really great segue into our next panel, which is on sustainable fashion. So did anyone take part in the fashion activation that was happening downstairs? Yeah? Did you enjoy it? Well, the person who will make that happen, Samata Pattinson, who's the CEO of Black Pearl and one of the coolest people I know on this whole planet, is going to be moderating a panel with also the most fashionable people I've seen all day, no offense. And they're going to be talking about sustainable fashion and ways that you can get more involved. So with that, Samata, here you go.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good to see you. Happy Overheated Day. My name is Samata Pattinson, and I am the CEO of an organization called Black Pearl. I've seen some of you downstairs, so thank you for coming and having your pieces customized and all of that good stuff. And we're going to talk a bit about that in our discussion. But I am honored to introduce our panel. We're here to talk about sustainable fashion in a way that is accessible and relatable to people, not preachy, not judgy, just kind of conversation between people who all wear clothes. I think, yeah, we're all wearing clothes in this room. Great, just checking. So first of all, I'd love to introduce Crowe-Houston, who is the founder of Fibers. Hi, Corinea. Come take a seat. And she's done some really incredible things for all of you, which we'll talk about. Next, I would love to invite Katharine Maddux to come on stage. She is a designer, Savannah College of Art and Design. Hello, thank you. And then finally, a really, really incredible person, Kiran Kapeshwari, who is a student at Georgia Tech. So thank you for being here. I think the topic of sustainable fashion is something I think most people are probably quite interested in, but maybe don't know how to approach the conversation or feel it's very complex and hard to understand. So we want to talk about clothes that we all love, the idea of fashioning your own future and finding something that works for you in a way that is accessible and community-based and creativity-based. So I would love to start going across this way and just ask you, Corinea, to talk a little bit about Fibers. You know, why did you start it? What was the inspiration for that? And how do you look to address gaps in kind of the textile market through your company?
Okay, so I started Fibers when I was a senior in college. I went to SCAD, and afterwards, when you're a senior, you do like your senior collection. And at that moment, I was illustrating everything, right? So I had all of this leftover fabric that I had illustrated it. So I was like, ending up in landfills. I think not. And I wanted it to be with another designer that loved it as well. And I looked around and I saw that all my friends had the same issue. So I kept that in the back of my mind. And then the next semester, I had a textile class. Yes, I was a 5-year semester senior, but you make it out eventually. You make it out eventually. And I was taking this textile class, and I was writing this paper, and that's when I started to discover how long it takes to actually break down textiles. So I'm no scientist, but quickly, when we look at the clothes that we have, when you break it down, first they have to shred it, and then what if they don't want to make this same blue, right? You then have to make sure that the fiber is good enough to not only be stripped, but to be re-dyed and still be vibrant. And that's why a lot of textiles still end up in landfills, because it's just so hard to go through that process. So I had that in the back of my mind, and I said, okay, that's interesting. And I was in that class, and I was like, I thought about something last semester that I think I can start. And that's when I started to understand how I could fill that gap, which was really talking to designers and figuring out, okay, what can we do with your fabric after you're done with it? Because also at this point, it's not the same that it is now, where back then, like 5 years ago, the sustainable girly was like this caricature of herself. So it was a girl that not a lot of people could relate to, right? She was long, flowy hair. I don't have that. So I was like, okay, not me. She only flushed the toilet like once or twice a day. And I'm like, girl, not everybody's doing that. And I started to understand that that's not me. And I was like, maybe I can create fibers to give people this access to sustainability and letting them know that you can do it. And it is as easy as just purchasing your fabric pre-loved and having somebody come pick it up, because we do fabric pickups as well in the Atlanta area.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you. Yes, thank you. And like you said, fiber and textile recycling is a huge part of the conversation. We're producing, some brands are producing like 100,000 new items a day, which is a lot. And ultimately, when we're ready to get rid of those, it's not that easy to turn those textiles into something that's useful for other people. It can be more of a closed loop, where it just goes round and round and becomes the same thing again. But more often than not, clothing is open loop. So the clothing will become like insulation or something to stuff a mattress with and so on. So thank you for sharing that about the kind of textile side of things. But Katharine, you're kind of approaching this more from the creative designer that's kind of expressing identity through fashion. So what does sustainable fashion mean to you from your perspective? And what are some of the things that you find like interesting about the topic?
Yeah, so sustainability in fashion to me, first I think comes from the willingness to recognize the harm that our industry causes and the destruction, to be able to have open conversations about it like we are today, and then in turn enact real, positive, concrete change that betters our world. Now, I think sustainable fashion definitely comes from both sides, with the fashion industry, with production, as well as the citizen sides with consumption. So I think for citizens, it's important for us to consume less and consume more intentionally. So maybe that means instead of buying 10 trendy garments that were from fast fashion, you buy one garment that is higher quality, you feel a genuine connection to, and you could see yourself wearing for years and years to come. And then on the other side of that, I think from the industry side, it's crucial we start implementing more sustainable practices. A practice that I really value and I incorporate in my own work is circular fashion, like you were talking about, specifically a closed loop method. So closed loop is when all of the resources that go into production get circled and renewed and reused. So it's kind of a never-ending cycle. For me, that meant reusing and repurposing all of my dyes throughout the entire creation of my collection. As well as being very intentional with how I was handling my scraps. How can I repurpose them? How can I break down my prototypes and turn them into something new? So just bringing that intentionality into every single process of the design was important for me. And I think now, especially because I'm still such a small designer, I have a lot of control over the process. And so I hope when I do get bigger, I can carry that control and carry that intentionality into the future.
No, absolutely. I know it's difficult for brands as they grow to be able to kind of sometimes keep a rein on that, but I think it is a value and a mission that, if it means a lot to you, it's important. Like, look how we've produced Overheated. Like, so much of the thought and intentionality is because it's Maggie, it's Billie, this is what matters to them, right? So thank you for sharing that. And Kieran, you're a great voice to add. So you're coming more from the student community building perspective, because I'm sure maybe lots of people in this room are also students or at school or college, etc. So we want to talk a little bit about how you build a community around people, especially if you don't know the topic. Sustainability in fashion or sustainability in anything can be overwhelming to find your lane, right? Because we can't do it all. So how did you approach kind of trying to find a community that was passionate about sustainability at where your school is, and what was that like?
Yeah, so I came to Georgia Tech in Atlanta from a smaller high school in North Carolina, and I was a starry-eyed 18-year-old. Now that I'm 20, I'm so much older and wiser. But yeah, I came in with a lot of excitement and passion. There was so much I wanted to do, but with such a big environment, it was hard to focus in on something where I could actually have an impact. So for me, like my co-panelists have said, it was about intentionality, being very aware of what I'm doing and how I can get involved, what strengths I can share. So at Georgia Tech, what that meant for me was joining the Students Organizing for Sustainability and joining some of the community garden initiatives, just volunteering. And now I manage a revolving closet where people trade old clothes and also recycle old textiles, again, like my co-panelists are talking about. But even before that, like in 2019, when the pandemic hit and there was the lockdown, a lot of my communities as a young person were taken away from me. I didn't have access to my old groups anymore. So what I did is I tried to feed 2 birds with 1 scone. And we created a community garden at my high school, because what that did is it gave a place for us to be outside and together, an opportunity for interaction, right? And that's what's crucial. Mm-hmm.
No, absolutely. And I just want to add on, that was really beautiful. Everybody stopped you about your jumper, or your sweater. Sorry, you guys call them sweaters here. I always say jumper, and people are like, what? Everyone stopped you about your sweater, because, you know, I asked Katharine what sustainable fashion means to her, but I am curious what it means to you, especially someone who doesn't necessarily say, oh, I identify as someone who, like, loves fashion or is head over heels with it, but you still find a way to incorporate it into how you express yourself. So can you talk us through what you're wearing today?
Yeah, of course. So the last Overheated was kind of like the imperfect activist. And I think for fashion, that's kind of me. I know, of course, I don't want to buy anything from Shein or any of those fast fashion brands. But other than that, I'm not educated as much as I would like to be on where my textiles, my fabrics are coming from. So again, for me, what that looks like is my favorite store. This all comes from my favorite store, which is my dad's closet. These pants, this jumper, oh my gosh, you have me. Like a lot of my clothes are just from my connections, people close to me, just hand-me-downs or thrift stores. That becomes a social thing as well.
Yeah. No, amazing. And thank you for that. And I just want to quickly add on to what you just said around the kind of fast fashion. There is a conversation to be had around sustainable fashion and affordability and accessibility, and the idea that people love to express themselves through clothes. And I think that with the fast fashion machine, where you're producing maybe 10,000 or 100,000 styles a day, it's very problematic. The quality can be very low. We know probably the workers aren't paid fairly and so on. But we do know that lots of people don't know how to find on-trend pieces that are sustainable, and they want to keep up with that. So we were talking, Katharine, a little bit about, like, what were we saying if someone has those items in their wardrobe? What would you say they should do with them?
Absolutely. I think love the clothes that you have. I was talking to Samata about how my favorite tool in my closet is a safety pin. There is so much you can do with a safety pin. You can bunch it together in the middle. You can create asymmetric shapes. You can pin your clothes upside down. There's no rules. It's fashion. It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be, get weird with it. You know, there's so much you can do with a simple safety pin or a simple pin. That I think, you know, I hope all of you explore, you know, the creativity that comes along with fashion.
Yeah. It's so funny that you say that, because I kid you not, my full Beyonce look last year was nothing but safety pins. All I did was take a tank top and like cut and then use safety pin after safety pin after safety pin. So no, you can do so much with small tools. As long as you are creative, you can get a lot done with a little.
I don't think you also need to know how to sew. I think sewing is, you know, been incredibly powerful for me with sustainability, being able to upcycle things. But even not knowing how to sew, like to be able to know how to pin things, to get different shapes so your clothes, you know, act more than just a simple shirt. There's so much more than a simple t-shirt, you know?
Absolutely. And the moral being, if you do have pieces in your wardrobe and you think, oh, I don't really know if I kind of where these came from or how they were made, we're by no means encouraging you to add to textile waste. We're saying, okay, get creative with what you already have, you know, and extend its life. So, Corinea, I'd love to ask you a bit more about community, because we have a great community here with Overheated and just in this room around Billie. Can you share some of the kind of community events that you've hosted that have been, like, particularly memorable for you?
Okay, so yeah, Fibers, we host a lot of activities where we really want to engage your creativity and introduce you to that side of yourself. So we have held wine and tie-dye events in the past. We're actually doing one this month as well. And essentially, you come with your white clothing, and we teach you how to dye it. We teach you, okay, this is the next step that you can take to your white clothing, and you get unlimited wine, and it's unlimited tie-dye. And it's such a great event, because typically when I host these events, whether it be classes or whether it be like getting your hands in and getting dirty and really discovering that side of yourself, this is the usual people that come. So I have the first person that's like super excited, and they're like, I can't wait to do this. I love Tada, I love this. And then they bring their friend, and they're just like, oh, okay, like, I'm just here to support you. All right, you didn't want to go by yourself. And typically when I hold these events, that is the person that I like to look at. And that's the person that I like to watch in the event, because really having that experience, a lot of people say they aren't creative, right? A lot of people are like, I'm not like that. Look at me. Everybody in this room is creative. It is a skill that you just have to tap into within yourself. So when I host these events, it's really great to see fibers serve as inspiration, right? Because we all talk about the different ways that we are sustainable, and that's what fibers is really about, is introducing you to, okay, this is the first step that you can make. And then after you do this first step, you're going to say, maybe I can do this as well. And then by the end of it, you look up and you're like, ooh, I'm a sustainability person, okay. And that's what I really love about those events, because I get to see people embrace their creativity who didn't think that they had it.
Nice. I like that. So you're all sustainability people. Katharine, can you speak a little bit, especially as a designer, how do you integrate, and we're going to do something afterwards to help people understand the construction part of the conversation, but can you speak as a designer, how do you integrate sustainability into what you're making? And FYI, this gorgeous look here is one of Katharine's pieces. It's from her collection.
Gorgeous.
Thank you. So can you talk a little bit quickly about kind of the opportunities to incorporate sustainability into design from your perspective?
Absolutely. I think there's so many opportunities. I think it goes back to, again, intentionality of just mindfulness of knowing the impact that your actions do have impact on the world around you, and keeping that in mind. I think a lot is about educating yourself. And then, experimenting. I love being able to, right now, all of the dyes that I have, this look up here is made with synthetic dye. And although I think I incorporated harm reduction practices, I would like to, in the future, move in a direction where I am only working with natural dyes and find a way where I can still have these fun, bright, exciting colors and have them not affect the environment or the humans around us, because dye is a really big part of the conversation with sustainability. They say, the next trending color, what's it gonna be, based off the colors of rivers. So this is a really, really big issue. Synthetic dyes have toxic chemicals and harsh metals. They can run off into our ecosystems, affecting our waterways, our health, and the plant's health as a whole. So I think for me, having that mindfulness, as well as acknowledging that I'm also human, and that moving forward, there is still room to grow.
I really love that, and I love that you say that, because you're such like the environmentalist focus of that, and I love hearing that, because that's another thing within sustainability that I don't think a lot of people realize, is when you're entering, you can really focus on one subject the first time. Like, it's not something that you have to take over altogether, because I think when people think of sustainability, they think about this big concept and this big thing. And I always tell people that want to get introduced to sustainable fashion, niche down. Find out what really works for you. So like, I was really into fabric. I love fabric and I love textiles. And from that love, I realized what I could do to help the sustainable fashion world. So I really love that you said that, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you for adding that on as well. And Kieran, I'd love to ask you about, you talked about the revolving closet. Could you say a little bit more about that, but also the Green Goodbyes initiative? Because I think if there are students and people in this room, or anyone, to be honest, these are practices that can go from like a campus to an office, like quite frankly, right? So can you talk a little bit about Green Goodbyes and what that meant as a final question?
Yeah, so Green Goodbyes, there's students always coming and going from college campuses as we graduate and move in. And what that means is a lot of people are going to completely new places. A lot of my friends are going to the West Coast with their new engineering jobs, and all of their stuff here just can't go with them. So we have a lot of things like appliances, lights, but also a lot of clothes as people are moving on from this stage of life as a student to their professional life. So what Green Goodbyes does is it takes all these things that students leave behind, that students donate, and creates a zero waste type store where all of these things can get new life. So instead of just diverting waste from the landfill, we're making sure it's never waste to begin with. And I think that is crucial. Why do we have so much waste? I mean, there are hundreds of thousands of tons of unworn clothing being dumped each year. On top of that, that problem didn't exist before our consumerism, but we're not the ones dealing with that problem. It's going to other countries. We're shipping out that waste and making other people deal with that. So this is just a local solution to a global problem, but its impacts are still real.
Thank you for saying that. Well said. And just to kind of follow that up for a question for all of you, we like to be solution-based, right, at Overheated. Like, we know there are challenges, we know there are problems, but we also like to point to the solutions so people don't feel like we've just given you an overview of all the problems and been like, good luck. So we talked a bit when we were preparing for this conversation about how you shop and where you shop from. And we talked about independent, we talked about boutiques, we named some platforms. So could you maybe talk a little bit about what that looks like, Katharine?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, first of all, I really look at certifications. For example, the GOTS certification is the Global Organic Textile Standard. They are very specific about, making sure textiles are ethically and sustainably produced. So one, being educated about what certifications to look out for. But more specifically, I think loving the clothes that you already have. I think about the garments in my closet that I feel most connected to. It's not the ones that are the trendiest or the most designer. It's the ones that I've worn the most. It's the ones that I have stories attached to, I've traveled the world in, I've mended and remended, have altered to fit my ever-changing body. I think there's a beauty and truly an art form in loving and wearing your clothes. And I hope all of you guys can explore that within your own closet and your own self, because fashion is so empowering and so beautiful, and it doesn't have to, cause destruction to our environment.
Well said. We're actually at time. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, all of you, for your different perspectives on sustainable fashion, and for coming here. And just quickly to know, please come downstairs afterwards on the veranda. We have some special things from Fibers, and we're doing customization, so you can get some things personalized to suit your different expressions. And thank you again for joining the panel.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think you come up this way. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still here for a reason. So I was speaking to Maggie, and I was saying, I feel like people know how to shop for food, right? If I said, go and buy, some apples and bananas, you would know how to look at an apple or a banana and know if it was bruised or if it was maybe old or if it was good or not. Like fruit, yeah, or vegetables. But I don't know if people have the tools to know how to shop for clothes. So we wanted to do a little demonstration for you quickly to kind of show you what that means when we're talking about looking for sustainable clothes. So I'm wearing one of his pieces. He's from Atlanta. He's called Quentin Crumper, and he has a brand called Goat by King James. Please come on stage. And please give him a warm round of applause. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to do the first ever demonstration live of how you look for sustainable clothes. So, Quentin, thank you for being here. Can you just tell us a little bit about your brand and just how you approach construction?
The name of my brand is Goat by James King, and it's a classic American prep brand founded right here in Atlanta, Georgia in 2018. And we really focus on high quality materials and the construction. We ask ourselves before we move forward with any design, will this design be relevant quality-wise and aesthetic-wise 50 plus years from now? That's very important to us. So we don't chase after trends. We don't do the fast fashion. We take our time because we want the garment to have a long life. So as we go in.
Okay, sorry. Round of applause. I have specific questions I want to talk to you about. So most people will go in, they'll see something they like, but as a designer, what do you pay attention to when you're constructing that these guys should be aware of, and also look for the clothes that they're buying?
Yes, so you want to pay attention to the natural fibers. So this is 100% wool here. You want the fiber to have some weight to it. You don't want it to be thin and see-through. And even though this is heavy, it's still soft to the touch. Also, you want to pay attention to the inside of the garment. A lot of people overlook the inside. It's just as important as the outside. So you want the stitching to be well stitched on the inside. As you can see, we use back stitching, which is minimum gaps in between each stitch on the inside and outside. So it helps with the construction of the jacket.
Next question. So we talked a little bit about the label. A lot of the time, I don't know how everyone else is, but I'll look at the label, I'll get an idea. I'm like, okay, I'll put it in with everything that looks like a similar color, you know, and I know better, so I should do better. So can you just talk a little bit about how you educate through the label and just how proper care affects the clothing itself and how long it stays in good shape for?
Yeah, sure. So you want to pay attention to the care label. I know we go off of history of what we're used to doing, as she mentioned, but it gives you very detailed information on how to care for it, whether that's washing the washing machine or take it to the dry cleans, but you want to follow that to the T. If you do happen to wash it in the washing machine based on the label and dry it, I'm guilty of this myself. Get it out to dry immediately. Don't let it sit for days. Hang it up so it keeps the structure of the garment. And that gives you a more long-lasting life for the garment. The last thing is, too, ironing. I know sometimes we assume that everything can be ironed. So you want to either Google the type of fabric to see, can it take heat? Start the iron off at minimum heat, see how it takes, and then increase it so that you won't damage the garment.
And just, thanks, this is working. Last question, I think is it working? It's working, yeah, thank you. We talk about, there's a thing in sustainable fashion called design obsolescence, and it's basically the idea that brands design items to fall apart. So you know when you buy something and you've worn it once or twice, and you're like, why is this crumbling on me? But you don't worry so much because you didn't spend a lot on it. That's an intentional way that brands are designing. They're not doing the things he's talking about, like the stitching, they're not taking that care. So what should they look out for in a badly constructed item? What does that look like?
Running stitch. So the stitch will have very wide gaps in between. So if the thread pops out, it's more likely to fall apart. That's one thing to look out for. And as I mentioned before, you want it to have some weight to it, not see-through or thin. So you want to be sure that you also stay with natural fibers. Any synthetic fibers are bound to not last long. So those are the tips I would have.
Okay, and synthetics are things like, you know, like polyester, which is something sometimes blended in with the cottons and so on, so you should have a look at that. And just finally, any parting words about kind of construction care or just like your philosophy as a brand when it comes to making?
Yes. Like I mentioned before, every detail is important, so don't just pay attention to the outside. The outside may look beautiful, but the inside should look just as beautiful as well. So again, the stitching, the back stitching is important. Having facing which is just another layer of fabric. So you can see there's two fabrics here. The trims as well, so the buttons need to be of value. The brass buttons here. So every part of the jacket, as well as the garment, the pants, pay attention to it, feel it, touch it, to be sure that it's going to be of quality. You may spend a little bit more, but it's going to be worth it in the end. It's something you can pass down from generations to come. So,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Let's go. Exit stage. I'll get it. Thank you.
Wasn't that so cool? Okay, so we have another speaker tuning in and joining us virtually, my good friend Sam Bentley. He is another part of the Overheated family and has been a part of the UK instances of the summit. He is a really popular climate content creator that works to share with the world that there are good things happening in the world and people are doing the thing in a world that likes to tell us that only bad things are happening. So Sam's going to be talking to you a little bit about that. And with that, Sam's going to join us.
Hey Overheated, it's Sam Bentley here, and here's some good news in October that you might have missed. Scientists in Virginia have created coffee bots made from recycled coffee grounds that remove oil and microplastics from polluted water using magnets. The UK ended its reliance on coal power after 142 years, closing its last coal station and marking a major shift towards renewable energy. Australian scientists discovered heat-tolerant corals in the Great Barrier Reef, offering new hope for its survival as ocean temperatures rise. The US created a new national marine sanctuary that's 4,500 square miles, and it'll be managed with indigenous groups that fought for years to create it. 120 countries joined forces to protect 30% of the world's land and sea by 2030. California is suing ExxonMobil for decades of misleading the public about plastic recycling, falsely claiming that most plastics are recyclable while continuing to produce non-recyclable plastics. And in India, the population of one-horned rhinos has grown from just 600 in the 1960s to over 3,000 in 2024. One of the best things we can do to help our planet is to vote to help protect it. So remember to get out and vote this week. Your voice is so needed and important, and I hope you're enjoying Overheated. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Okay, I'm gonna get real with you all. Raise your hand if you've ever doom scrolled. Yeah? Come on, there's more of you who doom scrolled. Sometimes after a long day, I find myself on TikTok, just going through all the bad news and feeling like nothing's gonna get better, which is why it's so important that we have folks like Sam that are sharing good climate content. And that is also why we decided to have a panel called Climate Optimism, where you all are gonna be learning about more good stuff happening in the world. That panel is gonna be moderated by Daniel Blackman, who is a civil rights activist and the proud founder of Renaissance 94. Daniel?
You guys have to do better than that. So let's do it. Let's act like Billy was coming on stage. Let's do it again, right? No, on a serious note, I want to just introduce the rest of our panel, but I want to thank you all so much. This is a great opportunity for us to talk about climate optimism, and I want to make sure that at this time we invite the rest of our panelists to come on stage. This is an opportunity for us to not only celebrate what Billy's doing and what Support and Feed is doing, but it's an opportunity for us all to collaborate and to share things that we think are going good in the world. So thank you all for being here. And Chandra, if you will join me and the rest of our panel, if you guys can go ahead and come on stage. Thank you. Oh, I'm in the wrong seat. If you guys go all the way down. I get to be joined by a group of amazing women that are doing work, and when you guys go to the show, you'll see the videos that you've been seeing earlier, but what I think is most special about this is these women are going to talk to us about some of the things that we're getting right. I think there's a lot of anxiety that comes with climate. Our heart goes out to all of those, especially some of you who have come from cities that have been devastated by storms, whether it's hurricanes, flooding, or other environmental challenges. So what we're gonna do to open up is I'm gonna start with my good friend Chandra Farley. We're gonna give an introduction of who we are, what we're optimistic about, and then we're gonna go into a conversation over the next 20 minutes to really inspire and encourage, but also to support what Support and Feed is about. So again, my name is Daniel Blackman. Our organization, Renaissance, supports organizations like Support and Feed and the work that Billy and Maggie are doing around the world to ensure that we're getting that message out and we're building capacity between generation and culture. Thank you all so much. Chandra, over to you.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel and I have known each other a long time, so glad to be here. Again, I'm Chandra Farley. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for the City of Atlanta. I lead the Mayor's Office of Sustainability and Resilience. So the thing that keeps me optimistic, or is definitely keeping me optimistic today, is this room. This is where we have to find optimism. This is where we have to find hope to keep going, is in each other. Working in local government, I come from advocacy. I'm an activist at heart, and advocacy and working in local government, I like to tell people, is like advocacy with 12 layers of red tape, right? And this is really important because cities are essential drivers to climate action. So looking forward to talking more about that today.
Thank you.
Hey y'all, my name is Robin. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm super grateful to be here today. One thing that really keeps me optimistic is that I feel as though when I was younger, I was y'all. I was someone who had this passion and sort of intrinsic understanding of the value of our environment, and I saw that it wasn't being kept well in my community, and I also saw that it was being kept well better in other communities that were a little bit more affluent and a little bit more white. And I have found a path from there in order to give myself a sense of agency and start taking action in order to not feel helpless the way I felt when I was young.
Hey y'all, I'm Dr. Katharine Wilkinson, also a homegrown Atlantan. We've got a good crew here today. And I am an author of books, including Drawdown and All We Can Save, co-host a podcast called A Matter of Degrees, and I run an organization called the All We Can Save Project, which is focused totally on cultivating the leadership that we need for the future we want. And the thing that keeps me feeling like there's real possibility ahead for us is that the team is growing. I mean, it's similar to what y'all have said. The climate majority is real. People are waking up. They care. They want to help. And if we can just get all the folks who are on the climate sidelines into the game, we can really build some beautiful things for the future.
Well, that's great. So let's start off with the fact that we're in an amazing room of young leaders and future leaders and just so many good things that are happening. But when you think about saving the planet, what does that look like to each of you? Because, you know, this is the first time in a generation that I've seen this kind of, you know, connectivity between sports, entertainment, climate, culture, and all these things are happening that's making it special. What is that missing ingredient? Like, what would it take, you know, if we were to give everyone here that message? What does saving the planet look like tangibly for this generation?
You have to start where you are. I do not talk about saving the planet, right? I talk about achieving 100% clean energy by 2035 for City of Atlanta. I talk about reducing the energy burden on 10% of most energy burden residents in the next 5 years. Things that are close to me, things that I can touch, things that I can impact, which contribute to the global, right? We've heard a long time, the local is global, right? So we all have to do what we can in our backyard, because when we talk about saving the planet, that is it was one of the astronauts who talked about this is a planetary emergency. Yeah. Like that is a humongous, a humongous scale, and it can be overwhelming, which I think is a lot of times sort of the paralysis people get around climate, is because we do talk about it in those terms. But I think in your heart, you know that, but you really have to focus on, what can I do in my backyard? What can I do in my city? What can I do in my church? What can I do in my school?
That's good. That's good.
I think for me, saving the planet looks like bringing together our people. My favorite saying is, you cannot separate people and planet. People are the ones who are being affected by the things that are happening to the planet. So I save the planet by bringing together my community. I like to think I save the planet by going out running and going on bike rides and tapping into the people around me who are also probably going through the same thing, making sure that people don't feel alone, and then we can work on the things that we want to do together.
I feel really similarly. I think, you know, the title of the book that Ayana, Elizabeth Johnson, and I co-edited together, All We Can Save, right? It's the we that is going to make the saving possible at the end of the day. And so the thing that all of us can do, whether we're working on food or fashion or energy or transport or buildings or there's so many different solutions we can be engaged with. But that piece around building community and building relationships and bringing people in and then telling the story, right? Whatever we're doing, whatever we're seeing, whatever we are, you know, have our sleeves rolled up and we're engaged with, we need to tell the story so that other people can see themselves, right? This is this incredible collective story that humanity is writing right now. And the more people can see, oh, Daniel's in that work, well, I feel like maybe I could get in that work with Daniel, right? That's how we call people in and help them stay engaged for the long haul.
I love that. And so I want to do something really special for the two of you to ask where optimism is going, because there's a lot of angst, right? If we're all honest, even if you go back to the pandemic, there was a lot of depression, a lot of frustration, a lot of uncertainty. And I think that we're starting to see as extreme weather happens. We saw Dr. Shepard speak earlier with Maggie and had a great and robust conversation. So I'm going to start with Chandra on a separate question, but I want to come back to the two of you on how and what we can look at as a North Star for so many people that are still recovering, right? There's some people that are traveling here from all over the world for Billie's show, but they're going to go back to devastation. They're going to go back to their homes and their communities, whether it's in a food desert or it's in an area that was recently impacted by the hurricanes. They have to go back, right? So, I mean, I'm thankful that this space with Overheated and Support and Feed offers us a sense of solace and peace, right? But before we go to that, my question to you is, this is the 500th sustainable event at the State Farm Arena, which I'm excited about, right? Let's give it up for State Farm. Here's the thing. Right next door, we have Mercedes-Benz Stadium, LEED certified stadium, amazing facility. We have right here with State Farm Arena, Atlanta has built a corridor of sustainability. We'll be getting the World Cup pretty soon. We're getting the Super Bowl again. How important is it for cities, right? When we think of optimism, we think of the communities, the cities, and the counties we come from, right? How important is it for a city like Atlanta to have these types of facilities built where we can not only enjoy sports and entertainment, but we can watch Billie's show in a sustainable facility, right? How important is that for buildings and structures to follow a path of development and growth that inspires people to come into these cities and to support the mission of sustainability?
Well, it's critically important. It can be very hard to touch climate. It can be very hard to touch sustainability. So when people are coming to State Farm, when people are going to the bins, when people are in, the Georgia World Congress Center, even, you can see sustainability in action. That's critically important. One of my first roles at South Face Energy Institute was all about bringing people into that facility to see sustainability in action, where you could touch the solar panel, where you could touch the rainwater cistern, where you could see the microclimate that was created around this super efficient HVAC system. You could see the materials that were rescued from a church that became the seating in our hallway, these beautiful beams that had been recovered. So it's critically important for people to be able to have something to grab onto, have something to see. So when, Sophie here and the team at State Farm are doing their work and you're going to the concession stand, or you're participating in the green team at the bins or learning more about that, it's critically important to have something you can do to feel that action, and demonstration projects and demonstration facilities like that are critically important.
Yeah, and shout out to Sophie and to the team here that's doing that work. So to the optimism question, because, we're at our 15-minute mark, we've got a couple more things to cover, but optimism is critical, right? And I think it's important for us to be able to understand that as weather patterns get more extreme and as communities are growing less food, right, it's very important for us to make sure we maintain a sense of dignity in our communities, but also to reassure communities that we're going through challenges right now, but there is a path forward, there's a way out. And as North Stars, which I view both of you, can we start with you and just give everyone an idea about what those things look like from an optimism standpoint and what we can really hold on to within our communities?
Absolutely. I think I have the perfect segue to Chandra's point about climate not always being tangible. I strongly believe that the antidote to the anxiety that we feel is action. We become overwhelmed by everything that we're dealing with, and we have this loss of agency, like we can't do something. We have really been just that the messaging that your purchasing power, that your dollar or refusal to spend a dollar doesn't matter is ridiculous. Your social capital is there, your actual capital is there. There is so much strength in the individual actions that you choose to do on a daily basis. And I had the privilege of sort of creating a program at the Captain Planet Foundation that allowed for young people to tap into their agency and realize that they're actually not acting alone at all, but there's a global community of people who are doing the exact same thing. And it can start so small. We talk about these one-click actions, these one-step actions that turn into multi-step actions, that turn into large community organizing events, that turn into their own organizations, that turn into events like Overheated. So taking action, whatever that looks like for you and whatever feels good for you, is so crucial to hanging on to optimism, because you're going to continue to feel the engine moving forward as you move forward. You won't be stuck in what it is that you're feeling. You won't be stuck in the depression, the anxiety, the doom scrolling. I know I've rotted in bed for hours and done that, and that's okay, because rest is just as radical as action. It's an intentional action that you need to take, but recognize it as an action and not just sitting in the feelings that you're having.
Say it again. Rest is just as
radical as action.
I'm stealing that.
Okay, now.
Yeah, I gotta take that.
Okay,
one. That's a good one.
We're going to transition into nap time next. I think the thing that's really important, Daniel's articulating, right? Like, we're in a moment of planetary crisis. None of us wanted to be here, right? But that's where we are. And that is a lot to feel, right? Amidst all the other things that we're dealing with in our lives. So I think the first thing is to take a beat, right? And let that land. And know that if you're feeling that, we know that 85% of youth in America are feeling climate distress. Okay? So this is a real thing, and we need to be able to name it and share it with each other and support each other. And I couldn't agree more that then letting those feelings fuel us into action in whatever is the right way in our own contexts, in our own communities, is exactly the thing that we can then do, not to get stuck there, right? With that feeling of I'm awake at night with my eyes wide open and oh my goodness. And for me, one of the things that is amazing is we actually have solutions. We have this incredible toolbox of solutions that are not someday, maybe if we're lucky. They exist right now, and people are already putting them to work. We just need to put them to work more and faster and everywhere. And that gives me so much hope, because, we all call Atlanta home. Witnessing the devastation of Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton was really hard, right? All over the South. And at the same time that I was feeling that overwhelm, I was also reading new reports that the state of Georgia is now the #1 state in the country for new clean energy jobs and clean energy investment. So we're yeah, it's amazing, right? We're making electric school buses and solar panels and batteries, and we're creating good jobs all over this state in industries that are going to have staying power. It's really exciting. And so being able to hold all of that, right? That the pain is real, the impacts are happening, and the solutions are moving. And so, we've got to take time to rest, support each other, cry tears or scream if we need to, and then get back to work to move the solutions forward.
I like that. And I think one thing that I want to do in the last couple of minutes we have, Dr. King, who lived across the street, for those of you that don't know, Sunset, in the Vine City communities where Dr. King lived. And one of the things he said before he died was, where do we go from here, chaos or community, right? And so we have this very unique opportunity to embrace either the community aspect of us all playing a shared role, or going further down this direction of chaos, right? Which I don't think any of us want to experience. But he said something that I really want to pose to you, and I'll start right here with you, Robin, because I think it's important for us to cover it. He said, in the end, we will not remember the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. And there's so many great people out here that might not see themselves as an activist. They might not see themselves as a leader. They might just be hey, I came for the concert, right? But we all have a role to play, and we are all privileged to be in this room. What message do all of us, not just those who are fans or that are here tonight, what message do we take away that can help us to not be silent, complacent, or complicit in what we're seeing, but can motivate us to go from Overheated to volunteering with Support and Feed, to volunteering with Captain Plant, to volunteering with Renaissance, or whatever it is we're doing? What is it that you believe can help us to not be on the sideline, but to go from being fans to being very much advocates for what we believe in?
That is a pretty easy question for me, because it's something I do all the time, which is center your heart. You need to do what makes you feel good. And I know it sounds like slightly hedonistic, but yes, in the sense that it's going to fuel you to keep going when things get harder. Center your heart, center your passions. You know, I was one of those, I want to be a marine biologist kids. It didn't work out for me that way, but I love the ocean. And so I continue to pursue things that allowed me to tap into that interest that I had. And so here I am on the stage. Am I a marine biologist? No, I'm not. But guess what? I love the ocean. I have this deep intrinsic value for the ocean. I do lots of volunteering with Surfrider Georgia and organizations that are doing things for the ocean, even though I live in Atlanta. So you need to center your heart, find your passion, find your interest, and chase those things. If you don't know them yet, start exploring.
I want both of you to answer it, but just by a show of hands real quick, how many of you all volunteer with an organization wherever you're from? Just wave at me. Oh, we got work to do. Okay. All right. Chandra, same question.
Yeah. I always go back to something that Dr. Mildred McLean says, who's the founder of a 30-year-old environmental justice organization in Savannah, Georgia, and that is find your justice home. Whatever it is, we can all, and Michelle Obama said it recently, we can all do something. It's got to be anything. It can be, when we talk about clean energy, when we talk about climate, that can be something as simple as helping seniors in your neighborhoods make sure their windows are caulked so air isn't escaping out of their house, which is increasing their utility bills. It can be as simple as planting tomatoes in your backyard. So whatever it is, you've just got to find something and do something and be curious. We talked about being climate curious. Just be curious. You can find something, and that will help you along your path. You don't have to know it now. I think if you come across a lot of people that work in sustainability or work in climate, you know, like myself, that was not necessarily my direct path. But I grew up with a garden. I, grew up with grandparents who remember not being able to vote, who went to segregated schools. And so being connected to civil rights, social justice, but also respect for the earth and gardening and understanding composting really led me to where I was today. So just be curious and be intentional that you want to do something, and be intentional and clear that you have something to contribute, whatever it is.
I love these. Center your heart, be curious, find your justice home. I'm going to add build your climate community, because just like if you're going through something hard in your personal life or your family life, you don't want to go it alone, right? And so building your climate community, your climate squad that is going to be in this work with you and in the emotional realities of this with you and in the picking back up your community after something hard happens with you, it's so important, that relational work. And there's a program, if you're kind of like, okay, that sounds nice, but like, how do I do that? There's a program that we have at the All We Can Save Project called Circles, and it is a totally free open source program you can do. People have done it in high school eco clubs. They've done it in churches. They've done it all over the place. And you can just get a group of friends, family, people you're at school with, and actually do that. And what you'll find over the course of getting together and doing this program is you will discover the role that you can play in all of this. And more than anything, you'll have people to link arms with to do what you want to do. You can find that at allwecansave.earth. And this book is everywhere. It's in libraries everywhere. It's taught on over 200 college and university campuses. It probably wants to find you. So find this book, All We Can Save, and then find some people and go on that journey together and build your climate community right where you are.
So in our last, you can clap for that. That was good. It's a good place to clap at. So in our last 3 minutes, I want to thank Maggie, I want to thank Billie, Allison, Kurt, all the people that helped to put this together. Our team over at Renaissance, Allison and Rosa. I mean, it's been so special to see it. What makes me most optimistic is knowing that what Overheated and Support and Feed and Billie can do can be replicated. there are hundreds of thousands of influencers around the world. And as big of a star as Billie is, there are people that can do this locally. We saw EARTHGANG earlier, and there are a lot of climate-minded artists and entertainers around the world that are doing it. And I hope that they watch this and find ways to help their concerts and their venues turn into places of education and action. What would you guys, if you all can take 30 seconds apiece, if there was anything that you take away from this, right? Because again, climate optimism, right? We want to leave on a massively positive note. I'll start with Chandra and go all the way down. What do you think, from an optimistic standpoint, we can do to make sure that our sporting events and concerts and our engagements, whether it's an outdoor festival or it's a spoken word event, whatever it is, how can we learn, or what is one thing you've learned from today that you can see another organization, another venue, another artist doing that can be a takeaway and add value to the culture in which we're in?
Yeah, so artists have a lot of power. When you're seeking out venues, are you seeking out a LEED certified venue? Are you seeking out a venue that has some sort of sustainable event certification? Those also exist independent of building certifications. And because you know that then when you are in those venues, practices like Sophie and the team with the plate, did y'all notice the plates you were using today? Like the materials that comes from, all of that is going to get composted instead of going into the landfill, right? Instead of going into the trash. The holidays are coming up. Those are all things that you can do. We're going to have to do this at City Hall, right? Making sure we're not using styrofoam, making sure we're not using plastic. That is something that is universal that you can do everywhere. That's a small step that then starts a conversation about why.
Thank you so much.
My optimism comes from young people. I consider myself a near peer, I think, to most people in this room. I still consider myself a kid, honestly, most of the time, but there's so much power in youth. We have fresh ideas. We have not been jaded by systems and by negative things that happen. We have fresh perspectives, and we are actually ready to tell everyone that we need to do things our way. So I feel optimistic that everyone in this room is a near peer like me, and you have a community of people who are peers of yours, and you're going to be spreading this message and telling them everything you heard today.
There's so much power in culture. And I was at the show last night and watching Billie call in the whole audience to get out and vote and support women as they vote, to support the planet as they vote, is just an extraordinary moment, right? To actually see that huge arena full of people, and in that arena to see, like, we're in solidarity with each other. And we need more people who have big microphones, small microphones, using them to call each other in to something better and something braver. And if there are, Billie is such an amazing role model with that. Yeah. If there are people that you admire and you want them to be using their microphones in this way, let them know. Comment on social, send them a DM. Ask them to be the climate leaders that you want so many more influencers of culture to be.
Thank you. To our panelists, to Support and Feed, to Maya Penn, and to Wawa, and everyone else that has something to do with this, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you all so much.
We've got this brand new generation of people that are willing to make a difference.
Every day, more and more people are realizing the things going on in the world.
Activists and campaigners who are just so passionate and work so hard.
Ordinary people taking action in whichever ways they have access to.
Organizations like this, which help bring awareness to the subject, as well as inform people on how to do better and help our climate.
The new generations, I believe, that is more open to learn.
When communities come together to find a solution, despite their political views or their values.
All of the creative ways that people are responding to the climate crisis.
There's a huge shift towards healthy, accessible
food for everyone.
Artists who are making their tours green.
More people advocating for sustainable practices.
Being able to continue educating kids.
Seeing people taking this serious.
People still have the gumption to do stuff.
The increasing momentum.
Seeing people worldwide passionately advocate.
The amount of people actively working to improve our environment.
The young generation today is so passionate, is so gung-ho, is so riled up.
And ready to vote when they're able to.
These are our future decision makers.
What gives me hope is definitely community, community, community. We can't face this alone. We need to take care of each other, to support each other, to feel empowered by each other. Making community is the means and the goal.
Okay, that panel was amazing. So many gems were dropped. I mean, rest is radical. That's a big one. Find your climate squad and feel with your heart and feel all of the complicated emotions that we all have to the climate crisis. The fear, the hopelessness, the grief, they're all real, they're valid, and it's so important that we work through them. Now to segue, up next we have a very special fireside chat with Maggie and Dr. Ayana Elizabeth Johnson. She is a marine biologist, policy expert, badass, and the author of a New York Times best-selling book, What If We Got It Right? What If We Get It Right? Visions of Climate Futures. They're gonna be talking all things oceans, climate justice, climate solutions, and the big question, what if we get it right? And here we go.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Are you tired? A little bit. Everybody want to stand up and stretch for a second? I know many of you have been here all day. This is Dr. Ayana Elizabeth Johnson, but we'll stretch with you.
PhDs have these dance moves, FYI.
Just give yourself a little stretch. Wake up your brains. Nice. Maybe roll your head around. If you're home watching, stand up. You know, your watch is telling you to stand up for a second. Okay, and then sit down and take some deep breaths. Nice. Oh, wrong. Okay. We got it. We're working on our left and right. Hi.
Hi.
I'm so happy to talk to you.
It's great to be with you in person.
It's so great to be with you. I first met you.
You and all these beautiful vegetables.
I know. Aren't they amazing?
Yeah. And this good stitching.
Yeah, it's a beautiful world that we can live in. I was thinking today how beautiful it looked on the screen, and you know, we're used to sort of decor being sort of flashy and shiny, and this is about as beautiful as it gets. It's nature.
This is actually one of my favorite questions that I pose to myself and to anyone who reads the book is, what if climate solutions are beautiful? 'Cause that's actually an option that's available to us.
I think most climate solutions are very beautiful. I think it's kind of a paradise that we're sort of imagining. I first met you years ago. I don't know if that's when I first met you. I was aware of your podcast already, but Billie did something with you, an interview, I think, for Nike, and you talked about how young people could be involved. I think you first said you find your climate squad. And
yeah, I'm like, does Billie have a climate squad? You can't do this alone. I mean, I think one of the things I look at young people, and one of the things that gives me pause or concern is that very often the first thought is, oh, I want to help with climate. I'll go start my own nonprofit. Which is absolutely not the first option you should think about. There's so many great organizations out there already doing good stuff. Join one. Like, find the one that matches your vibe, that matches the particular climate solutions you're into. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of climate solutions. And if you hear nothing else that I say, remember this one thing. We already have the climate solutions we need. We truly do. We just have to implement them very quickly and with justice at the core, and we can each help make that happen.
Very powerful and very true. I I definitely wanted to talk about your history as a marine biologist. I think many people, me included, probably romanticize their life and go, I would love to be a marine biologist.
Did anyone have that as their dream job besides the person on the previous panel? Okay, there's a bunch of us, yeah.
I think it is one of those jobs that, a lot of people dream of, and you have that job. You have that
I'm
job.
a marine biologist. I don't know if it's just because I'm stubborn about, following through on the dream, but I wouldn't have done it if it was just some abstraction, just specifically studying my favorite creature, the octopus, and how the tentacles mechanically function, or like how they feed or reproduce, or like where they go at night, right? I've been scuba diving on coral reefs in the Caribbean and seen them hunting in the crevices of the reef at night. It is one of the coolest things I have ever seen. But that's not what I did my PhD research on. I studied how coastal communities that depend on fishing can still preserve their cultures, and we can have that industry be more sustainable. Because I really care about the applied aspect of it all. Even though the wonder of nature is what keeps me going, it's the how can we be better humans on this planet question that really captivates me. So I spent about a decade working in the Caribbean on ocean zoning, helping to create marine protected areas and other sustainable fishing policies, because it really is about people, not the fish, right? The fish are doing everything right. They're swimming around, they're trying not to get eaten, they're trying to eat, they're trying, to make babies and all that good stuff. But it's the humans who are out of balance. And so that's, to me, a very fascinating question at the intersection of not just science, but also economics and politics and culture. And so that's what kind of kept my interest in the field. But in the context of our overheating planet, we actually owe a huge thank you to the ocean, because the ocean has absorbed over 90% of the heat that's been trapped by greenhouse gases. The Earth would be something like 90 degrees Fahrenheit hotter.
Wow.
If it weren't for the ocean having absorbed all that excess heat, which is, of course, warming the ocean. The ocean has also absorbed about a third of the carbon dioxide that we've emitted by burning greenhouse gases. So the ocean has become more acidic, which is not good for corals or oysters or anything that's living in there, in waters. The pH of the entire ocean has changed. It's bananas. So even something as big as the ocean can be affected by our actions. I think we're all familiar with the plastic pollution problem of the ocean. That's the most visible, but there are all these other ways the ocean is changing, including our currents. But to me, I didn't come here to tell you bad news. You can find that everywhere on the internet. The thing that I think we really need to remember is the ocean is also a huge part of our climate solutions. The latest research is something like a third of the climate solutions we need can be found in the ocean, from renewable energy offshore to protecting and restoring coastal ecosystems like mangroves, seagrass, kelp forests. They can absorb 5 or 10 times more carbon per acre than a forest on land, than a rainforest. So they deserve a lot more credit. And, like food like seaweed and oysters from the ocean are like one of the lowest impact foods you could possibly eat. No fresh water, no land, no fertilizer, definitely no pesticides, right? So there are all these ways we could be looking to the ocean. Zero carbon shipping as another example. What is zero
carbon shipping?
They're starting to think about alternative fuels for shipping.
Because shipping products across the world is a huge issue.
I think if shipping were a country, it would be like the 6th largest emitter in the world. It's a very big impact. So I would just say, if you don't think about the ocean very often, you might want to think about the ocean when you think about the climate and how we can help advance some of those ocean-based climate solutions.
Well, so how does that play into personal action? I mean, everything we've connected today, we've done some personal action. And I will say, when you had the food panel, a lot of people, when they shift their food, they often eat more seafood, fish. Not necessarily the best solution. The oceans are wildly overfished. And
this is true.
And so many animals are bycatch of that industry. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. Well, here's like the shorthand on if you want to eat sustainable seafood, what you should eat. You should eat as low on the food chain as possible. So the bottom of the food web is the plants, right? That's the seaweed. In the ocean, there are all these filter feeders. So oysters, mussels, clams, they just filter nutrients out of seawater and little plankton out of seawater. So those are super sustainable, and they're farmed, so you're not over-exploiting a wild population. That is probably the most sustainable source of protein, arguably more so than even lentils and tofu because of the impacts of large-scale agriculture can have. And then you want to eat the tiny fish, the sardines, the anchovies. They're small, they reproduce really quickly, there's a lot of them. But then you get up the food chain to like tuna, or marlin or swordfish or sharks. We should not be eating those things. They have long lives, they reproduce very slowly. I think they're also just too magnificent. I have preferences. I have a bias towards certain things, like never ever eat an octopus again, for the love of God, please. They're just too smart and charming for that. And shrimp is small, but super unsustainable. Most popular seafood in America, and it's either farmed by dragging, either caught from the wild by dragging a huge net across the seafloor, destroying, like clear-cutting a forest, ripping up everything in its path, and maybe like 1 in 10 or 1 in 100 things that are brought up are actually that shrimp. And you mentioned bycatch, that's the rest that's thrown back dead and wasted. So that's clearly not sustainable. And on the flip side, there's people farming shrimp on the coastlines in these ponds, largely in Southeast Asia, and that's bulldozing those mangroves we just talked about being like so good at absorbing all this carbon and protecting the shorelines from storms, and being the nursery habitat for all the baby fish and other species. So bulldozing all that to grow shrimp in such high densities that they have to use all these antibiotics and insecticides, and then there's huge problems with forced labor in that supply chain. If you think about who's peeling your shrimp, it is probably some person working in horrible, horrible living conditions. So those are some things to think about. I personally eat the seaweed. I eat oysters. I live in Maine, so we have a lot of fresh local oysters, and then sardines and anchovies every once in a while. And I do eat wild Alaskan salmon occasionally as a very special treat. I know the fishermen. I support their family. There's lots of indigenous families in Bristol Bay who have been fishing salmon there for many generations and protesting against the creation of the largest open pit copper mine in the world, Pebble Mine, and they won that battle to prevent that landscape, that marine ecosystem from being destroyed, which would have killed the fisheries and their rights to fish there as tribes. So I call it like my protest salmon, which makes it extra delicious, right? But we need to start thinking about some of those things as like a special treat and not like something that we have every day.
Yeah, with Support and Feed, we, of course, ask people to eat at least one fully plant-based meal a day. And many of you know that I'm a fully plant-based eater, as is Billie, and that is a strategy that is successful, and we also are very concerned with animals, so that's very important to us. But we have to be making these steps and protecting these cultures that do rely on these fish and salmon that's part of their indigenous culture, and we who have the privilege to not do that are so fortunate. I don't want to take up all our time on the ocean, although I have a million questions about it, because you have this amazing book, What If We Get It Right? I've listened on audio, and it is amazing.
The audiobook is fun because there's 20 interviews in the book with all sorts of different experts. So farmers of ocean and land, foresters, lawyers, policymakers, architects, museum curators, indigenous leaders, Black leaders, technology leaders, investors, right? All these people who are showing us answers to this question, what if we get it right? And you can hear it all in their own words.
And I love the question, what if we get it right? Because I think it's a perfect thing to talk about now when we've heard a lot of dire things, a lot of scary things, but we do have the potential to get it right. And like you say, we do actually know all the answers. So What's your takeaway about this? And do you want to talk about your card? And would you like it to be handed out?
I think a bunch of you got these cards, right? Yes. Okay, fantastic. So the idea here, I gave a 10-minute TED Talk about this. So if you want like the full version, that's on the internet. But the idea is that I think one of the things the environmental movement hasn't gotten right is for many years the conversation was about the short list of things we should all be doing, right? We should vote, we should protest, we should donate, we should spread the word, we should lower our individual impact on the planet. And those things are great to do. I do them all. I hope you will all do them all if and when you are old enough to vote. But the thing that's missing is that we should each be bringing our superpowers to this work, right? If Billie Eilish and I were doing the same thing for climate action, that would be ridiculous, right? One of us would be absolutely wasting our talents. And so what this approach, this framework asks you to do is think about what you, specifically you, can bring to this work. What are your skills, your resources, your networks? What do you have to offer? And that's going to be different for everybody, right? Like, as a marine biologist, that's very different for me than it is for you. And so think about that. What are you good at? And be generous with yourself with that question. People are really harsh on themselves about that. But it's also thinking about things people don't normally think about. It's not just scientists and politics, right? It's also project managers. We need graphic designers. We need people who make things cool. That is the culture change, as Katharine Wilkinson mentioned, is a huge part of this shift. So that's the first circle. The second circle is what needs doing. What are the climate and justice solutions you want to work on? It could be thinking about how do we improve transportation or bike lanes, thinking about green buildings and building codes. And insulation is not a very sexy climate solution, but an important one, right? And energy efficiency. Our food system, obviously, we've talked about protecting and restoring ecosystems that are absorbing all these all this carbon, as well as getting the politics right and the cultural shift that will enable the politics to get it right. I think that's a step we don't talk about that often, right? Politicians are usually followers, not leaders. They want to get your vote. They want to look at what the public is interested in. And so if we're all demanding better climate policy, they're going to have to do that to get our votes. So I think cultural change precedes political change often. We've seen many examples of that. And then the third circle is what brings you joy. Because let's be real, we're not going to solve the climate crisis next year. This is the work of our lifetimes. This is the work of generations. So we need to figure out how to contribute in ways that really keep us going and energize us and are fun. And for me, a big part of that is choosing who I collaborate with. Katharine Wilkinson and I co-edited All We Can Save and co-founded the All We Can Save project because we're friends and we just like working with each other. We have a similar love of details and the big picture. So I think those are the three circles, and for every single person in this room, the thing that's in the middle will be slightly different. What can you do when you think of what are you good at? A lot of that network part is important, right? Where is your sphere of influence? Is it your school? Is it your sports team? Is it your family? Is it your neighborhood? All that kind of stuff. So I hope you will actually take some time, bust out your colored pencils or whatever, and think about it. There's something about physically writing this, not just on a phone, that's really helpful.
What do you think the world looks like if we get it right? And I know you said the best planet. One of your interviews, the best planet.
Earth is the best planet. We're not all leaving. We have to figure it out here. How many of you have heard there is no planet B as a slogan? Yeah. I thought that was really corny for a while. It's pretty awesome. It's so true. We're not going anywhere else. We truly do have to figure it out here. And I think I was excited to be invited to come be in this conversation with you because I'm so excited about all the work young people are doing, specifically the moral clarity of like, of course we need to get this right. What are you going to set my future on fire? Like, get out of here with that nonsense, right? Like, we have to address this. And so keep bringing that energy. Like, grown-ups really need to hear that, this moral imperative of climate action.
Aside from doing this, in your whole history of marine biology and climate scientists, what's kept you going? And I know that we're all walking a line today of sort of not causing too much fear and doom, and spreading a positive message, but also keeping that urgency. How do you balance that? How do you cope with the feeling of gotta act, gotta do?
Yeah. I just remember that this is not a win or lose scenario. It's not like we're ever going to solve the climate crisis and then we'll just be done. And so if we really do think of this as the work of our lifetimes, then it becomes a question of not, success or failure, but how close to the perfect world we want to build can we get, right? It's not 0 or 100. It's like, if we get 80% of the way there, that matters. That's much better than getting 60% of the way there. That's like hundreds of millions of lives hang in that balance, and our way of life hangs in that balance. So I know we have just a few more seconds left, so I thought...
You can go over. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought I would just directly... answer your question about what the world looks like when we get it right. The last chapter of my book is called Away from the Brink, and it has my attempt to answer that. So I'll share a little tidbit from that. If we get it right, the world is a lot more green, more full of life. Pollinators buzz, life is luscious. If we get it right, the combustion phase of humanity is over. If we get it right, we have relocalized and eat well. We no longer eat Washington state apples in New York and New York apples in Washington. If we get it right, our homes are comfortable. There's no traffic in cities because there are so few cars in cities. If we get it right, coastlines are greener too. If we get it right, there's a paragraph explaining each of these, by the way. I'm just giving you the top lines here. If we get it right, the tyranny of the minority is over. The climate-concerned majority rules. If we get it right, there are fewer desk jobs. We are out in the world remaking society and refiguring out how to live within nature instead of on top of it. Electricians do very well on dating apps. We actually need 1 million more electricians in order to make this clean energy transition. And those are very well-paying trade jobs. So if anyone's like, I don't know what I want to be when I grow up, that is an excellent and important option. If we get it right, culture has caught up with our climate reality. Hollywood and celebrities are all in. Climate is the context. If we get it right, even with all these changes, the world and our homes are still familiar. It's the invisible systems that undergird our lives, our food, energy, and transit systems, our methods of engineering, manufacturing, and buildings, and the policies that organize it all that have been overhauled. Regreening the world and rerouting in communities feels good. There's more collaboration, more knowing and being known, more sweetness. We lean into trial and error, into replication more than scaling. The world is a mashup of traditional and high-tech, old ways made new. We embrace possibility, continually moving away from the brink and towards answers to the grand question, what if we get it right? So that's the short version of that.
Well, you can get the long version by reading the book, but I'm all in for that. So thank you so much. Thank you for everything you do.
Maggie.
She's a great person to follow. So inspiring. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. my goodness. I keep saying the same thing about how great the panels are, but they really are. Dr. Ayana Elizabeth Johnson has been one of my inspirations in this space for years, and she's so incredible. Please go check out her book. It is such an incredible contribution to climate literature. And next up, we have a panel on the thing that's on all of our minds, the election. We're going to be talking about the power of your vote and how consequential this upcoming election is. The presidential election, local elections are to the status of our planetary health. With that, I'm going to invite my friend Saad Amir, who is an overall badass climate activist and founder of Justice Environment.
Thank you, Wawa. Appreciate you. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? You ready to talk about democracy? I love it. Today we have a really wonderful panel about what's going on in this country, the stakes of this election, and how it's connected to climate and so many other issues. So I would love to invite my co-panelists to come up here on the stage. First, we have Mary Pat Hector, who is the CEO of RISE. We have Brionté McCorckle, who is the executive director of the Georgia Conservation Voters. And last but not least, we have Jasmine Gill, who's the Associate Senior Director of the Hip Hop Caucus. Give it up for our amazing panelists. Thank you all for joining me. I'm so excited for this conversation because I think today we've been talking so much about climate, the environment, all of these big environmental justice issues, and the thing that brings it all together is this election, right? Who's heard about this election? Yeah, okay. I see you, Georgia. Yeah, we are 2 days until Election Day. And so I really want to talk about how we get engaged, how we get involved, why these issues matter. And so, you know, so many things are at stake in this election. And I feel like young voters in particular have a really large role that we don't talk often enough about because, well, there's a lot of reasons. And Mary Pat, I know that at RISE, you do so much work specifically on this issue. So I'd love to hear, based on your expertise, why do you think the youth vote is so important?
Well, one, like, young people have been saving our democracy for the past few election cycles, specifically here in the state of Georgia. Like, y'all are tired of elections because we've been in an election every year since like 2020. So the fatigue is felt. Like, I get it. But the reason why the youth vote is so significant is because now we have the numbers to really influence change. I mean, this year, for the first time, nearly half of all voters in the country will be under the age of 50 years old. Like, do you know what that means? That means we can elect individuals who care about issues that we care about, right? And so, you know, this year, Gen Z specifically, 40 million Gen Zers will be able to vote in this election cycle. Over 17 million of those individuals will be voting for the first time. Like, that is significant, that is important, and that is also power that I think a lot of young people or young voters don't know.
No, I think that's definitely true. Like, the youth vote can fundamentally make the difference of what happens in this election. Honestly, even more people are attending this Billie Eilish concert today than were the margin of victory in the last presidential election. So young people really play a crucial role in what's going to happen in this democracy. And I feel like the process of voting can be quite complicated, right? There's so many logistics to it and so much to that process. And so, Brionté, I'm curious, why do you think they make voting so hard? Like why is that the case?
I mean, you said so hard, like, you know, we climbing mountains to go cast a ballot. But I'm not going to lie, you know, the first time you vote, it can be hard. But it's like the first time you do anything. The first time I tried to pull on a full face of makeup, for example, it wasn't hitting. But every time I went back and I got better and better, I got faster and faster. I still can't do a full face, but, you know, I'm getting there. But the point is voting's just like that. The first time you go, it seems really hard, but then you learn as you go. You keep going back, you get better and better at it, and the next thing you know, it's effortless to get in there, cast your ballot, and leave. You'll learn when an election's coming up, you'll know how to anticipate it, you'll know how to decide whether or not you're going to vote in mail or in person, if you're going to vote early or on election day. You'll even get better at knowing who's actually on the ballot and why those races matter. So don't be intimidated the first time. Like, you know, just get in there, do it, learn as you go, do better next time. It doesn't have to be super, super hard. It feels that way. Take a friend, someone, go with someone who's voted before, ask somebody, talk to somebody about it, but it'll get easier, I promise you, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think once you become a voter, it's so much easier. The process is familiar, and it becomes sort of a thing that you don't even think twice about. So don't be intimidated if it's your first time to vote. But I do feel like there are so many different issues on the ballot, right? Like if you turn on the news, if you're on social media, every day it feels like there's something new that's breaking, right? And I'm really curious, Jasmine, what do you think is on the ballot this year? Like what is at stake in this election?
Our daily livelihoods. Environmental justice is on the ballot. Environmental justice is more than just climate. It's about who gets clean air and clean water. It's about what communities are burdened with pollution. It's about how many of us get access to green spaces. Civil rights is on the ballot. Our women's rights are on the ballot under civil rights as well, as our community is being over-policed. Economic justice is on the ballot. When we talk about having not only good paying jobs that can help us sustain our livelihoods, take care of our families, but also jobs that help us transition to cleaner air, cleaner water, and more green economy for us, as well as democracy is on the ballot. We need the ability to continue to fight against these bogus voting laws that try to disenfranchise you, that try to take away your power to vote.
Yeah, I love that. And I'm curious, what do you say to people who don't vote or aren't sure if they're going to vote?
I think I would say to them, your voice matters, you matter, your community matters, and if your vote wasn't important, there wouldn't be people trying to actively take it away from you. And so when it comes to you casting your vote, you voicing your opinion on certain issues, at the Hip Hop Caucus, we know that what's most important is you taking action on those issues. We know that these issues continue over generations of time, right? So these issues are not going away. We have to continue to fight against them, and the only way that happens is with your vote, because voting this election during a presidential year, more than just a president is on the ballot. Local agencies, people who represent everything that you take in every single day, that you participate in every single day, is on that ballot. When you go for a walk, that green space that you're walking in is funded by local government. When you go and come home from your walk and take that drink of water, there are policies in place, laws in place that dictate the quality of your water. These things are utterly important on your daily livelihood. And so I guess if your livelihood doesn't matter to you, then don't. But I'm assuming that everyone here cares about, if not themselves, their loved ones, their family members, their friends. And so if it matters to them, I hope it also matters to you.
I love that. I think that's really powerful and very grounding about the value of our vote. It is so crucial that in this moment we all internalize what that means and what a difference that can make. I feel like part of it is a lot of people maybe haven't thought about it, right? Millions of people across the country, of course, have already voted. We love that. Round of applause for all the people who voted. I see some of you already voted. But a lot of people haven't. And I think one thing that I'd love to discuss is what is a voting plan and how do you make one?
So a voting plan is literally just having everything laid out and prepared, like ready, so that you just show up. You already know when you're going to vote. You know what is on your ballot. You mentioned that earlier, like what is on my ballot. And oftentimes, have you ever showed up to vote and you knew you were voting for one election, and then you looked and you were like, I don't even know who this person is. I don't even know about this ballot measure. The ballot measure is written so crazy. Do I vote yes? Do I vote no? Let me just guesstimate based on the wording. No, we don't want to do that, right? So having your voting plan ready means I know when I'm going to vote. I know what time I'm going to vote. I have a ride to the polls. I know exactly what's on my ballot, and all I have to do is just show up. We encourage all of the young people that we meet on the grounds to make a voter plan. You could do so through headcount.org or other organizations, voter guides. There's different nonpartisan orgs that have that platform available for young people to make that voter plan. And the cool thing about those platforms is also is that it lays out who is on your ballot, policies that they support or have supported in the past, so that you can make an educated decision on your own as a voter when you do have that voter plan. But as young people, it's important for us not to just show up around the issues that we care about, right? Like you mentioned that presidential election, there are also other elections that will impact our lives that will be on the ballot on election day that we need to equally be as educated on.
And I'd love to know, Mary Pat, what was your voting plan for this election?
My voting plan is what it is every election, and that is to show up with my mama and let her do everything else, right? But, we knew exactly what was on the ballot. We did in Georgia have some ballot measures that are extremely important. Not as important, well, they are important. Everything is important, but, and other states, they have repro and like other policies. A lot of ours just was around taxes, but taxes are important. And I know many of you all probably don't pay taxes yet, or you do if you work. But know what some of those policies and those ballot measures are when you show up. But we went on headcount.org. We created our voting plan. She gave me a ride. We vote together every election. It's been like that since my first election. And I do encourage you all to, create memories or do things like that feel and seem fun. Because sometimes voting can just be boring or right? Especially when you get those 80,000 texts in the election season. And I'm sorry if I've texted you 1,000 times. They're probably like, I know Mary Pat. She's been texting me for 5 weeks.
I love your texts.
Thank you.
No, I think that's so important to share real examples. For me, I'm from New York. I vote in New York, and we had a bunch of ballot measures, and there was actually one on my ballot specifically for a clean water initiative. So I was really glad that as I was filling out my absentee ballot, that I had educated myself and I knew how to vote, because sometimes the language can be a bit confusing. But when you have the opportunity to be at home, look up voter guides, you can find so much information on what's actually on the ballot and what you're casting your vote for. So I was really glad that I had taken the time to think about it,
Can I make a quick suggestion?
Please.
How many people in this room use AI ChatGPT? Don't lie. Okay. Those ballot questions, copy and paste in ChatGPT in simplest, lamest terms. Can you help me understand what this question is asking me? If I vote in favor for or against, what does that vote mean? These resources are now available for us to be more civically engaged, and we should use them to our benefit.
Yeah, and I always like to talk to my friends and my community, especially for the more local stuff, because sometimes some local politicians are amazing and they show up, and other times, you know what I mean? They're not doing it, and so you really got to do some research, and it can help you make really educated decisions, because as we've been discussing, so much is on the ballot. And I know that the people here at Overheated, we're so passionate about the environment, right? Like the stakes of this planet could not be more real at this moment in time. We see so much carbon being emitted into the atmosphere. We see oil companies seemingly buying out policy measures across the country. We see environmental justice issues and these major corporations just dumping away in our different communities. And so, Brionté, I want to hear from you. I know you have so much experience in the environment with its intersection on democracy. What is at stake for our planet in this election?
Okay, so I just wanted to share, because I want to share my experience with you all. The first time I went to go vote, which wasn't that long ago, and I remember going in the election, the polling location. I was like super excited. I got in the booth. I was like, Obama. Wait, what's all this other stuff on the ballot? I had no idea what all those races were down ballot. And it took me, like I said, several election cycles, several times voting, to build my understanding of like what all these races are and what they do, and actually how they are even connected to the environment. Good examples, we heard from Chandra Farley earlier today. She's with the city of Atlanta. It was Atlanta City Council people that voted for the city to commit to 100% clean energy. So now we're moving in that direction on the local level. I spent a lot of time working at the state level on the Public Service Commission, and they oversee energy in our state, which means they have a big, big influence on whether or not we're using clean energy, and also the cost of power bills. Even counties, what do counties do? They do a lot of things. They pass a lot of taxes. But they also make zoning decisions, right? Whether or not a corporation can come in your community and open up and pollute your air and water, a lot of that gets down to like county and whether or not you have good zoning. So every elected official has a role to play in the environment. When we want to hear from elected officials, people ask me what's the one thing all elected officials should do for the environment. It looks super different. It just depends on where they are. Even a sheriff has a role to play in the environment and making jails sustainable, right? Nobody's even thinking about that, but we had a couple candidates this year bring it up and make the connection. So it's just super important that you take advantage of the tools that are out there. We have a really cool one, gcv.branch.vote, gcv.branch.vote. And if you go to it, basically you just put in your address and it will tell you all the voting dates, the registration deadline, election day, early voting windows. But it gives you your whole ballot ahead of time so you can see who is actually going to be on your ballot well beyond the president. And if you don't know what a race is, because like, what is a soil and water conservation district supervisor? That's on the ballot, y'all. I was like, what? So once you can click on that, you can learn about the race, you can click on the names of the candidates, learn all the public information out there. So really take advantage of the tools. And yeah, you're gonna learn more every year, get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I love the way that you laid out how every different role, from your school board to your congressperson, we think a lot about, of course, president, because that's out there and we're all hearing those discussions. But when you break it down to those local roles, we got to make sure we're voting all the way up and down the ballot for candidates that align with our beliefs. And those local races tend to get a lot less attention on national headlines because they're local, right? And so I'm sure a lot of you are not watching your local media. And so when you go into that voting booth, you want to make sure that you have a good sense of who to vote for, because those people are the ones who are going to implement those policies that directly impact your local environment. So make sure you're supporting those candidates as well. And I know, Jasmine, you do so much work in environmental justice and talking about economic justice and women's rights and all of these issues and how they're related. So how do you feel intersectionality plays a role when we're at the polls?
It's extremely important to understand the domino effect of how everything is connected. There are a lot of beautiful youth in this audience today that are experiencing the impacts of climate change right now. And even though you're experiencing climate change, I'm sure some of you are also experiencing things like rising costs of rent, rising costs of utilities, being able to get a job and get it quickly and one that pays well. Your health also directly connected to environmental justice if you're breathing in unclean air and drinking from polluted water. All those things fall within one another. They impact one another heavily. And so when we talk about intersectionality, that doesn't also omit things like women's rights, as I said before. In Georgia here, a huge issue is around Cop City. Cop City, a huge facility that will militarize, overburden already a Black community here and Black people in general in Georgia. But also to build that facility, it means a huge amount of deforestation, right? So that's a civil rights issue directly connected to environmental justice. And that's the same for many, many issues across the board.
No, I think that's a really good point, because all of these things are connected. And regardless of what your top issue is, whether it's the economy, whether it's jobs, women's rights, environmental justice, all of these things are all connected through one action you can take, and that is through your votes. And so there's a massive opportunity for whatever issue you care about right now to get out and vote and fundamentally decide what the future of all of those issues look like. And that's directly on you. Only you can cast your own ballot. So I hope that everybody takes that into heart, and I know that a lot of people maybe are too young to vote. Maybe they're not even American citizens. We have a ton of people watching online. So I'm curious, Mary Pat, how can everyone get involved and get activated in this moment?
Absolutely. Well, one, I'll say in 2020 and 2022, half of young people weren't even contacted by a campaign or an organization, right? Where they were getting their information from and who was mobilizing them to the polls were individuals like me and you, literally trusted messengers, their friends, their families, people that they follow on social media. And so while you might not have the ability to vote right now if you're under the age of 18, or if you are not a citizen who's eligible to vote right now in this country, you still have power, you still have influence in issues that are still directly impacting you, or your friends and family are still going to be on the ballot. And so you have to utilize that influence for good, right? To encourage them to cast that ballot, if not for themselves, for you. Yeah.
No, I love that. And that's the thing is democracy only works when you make it work, right? It is on you to activate your community. And I think a lot of young people in particular are skeptical about our democracy, and they need messengers like you who can get out there and help them understand what's really on the ballot, because right now there's a lot of big money out there, right? There's a lot of big money. We see all these massive corporations, a lot of oily folks out there trying to buy out our elections and pass laws all the way from local levels to federal levels, even internationally, influencing the decisions about what happens to our planet. So I'm curious, Brionté, are they taking our power?
Look, the corporations are everywhere, right? They're not just paying attention to what the president's doing and what's happening in D.C. They're in the state capitol. They're at City Hall. They're in county commission buildings. I see them everywhere. So I am just asking everyone to be relentless in your voting. Get there to the polls, vote all the way down ballot, and then if you can, try to meet your elected official. They're just people. They're usually in your community doing grocery shopping, trying not to be seen because they didn't get it together that morning. You've got to get out and talk to them, because that's what corporations are doing. They're not just playing one level, they're everywhere, and they're talking to them in between elections. So yes, go vote, but if you can, try to catch them at an event, ask them what they're up to. And again, that's part of getting better and better at it. Yeah.
No, I think that's a really good point, because one thing that, while we're, of course, focusing on this election, it's right around the corner. Election day is November 5th. We have to make sure that we realize that this isn't over on November 5th, right? This is a continuous journey and a continuous process of us all deciding what we want to do. And so we can really decide what we want this election to look like. And not just that, but what happens after. That's on us to decide, right? We have to continually put pressure on our elected officials, whether that is lobbying, whether that is writing letters, whether that's even tweeting at them. I mean, to be honest, especially for local officials, they don't have that many followers, right? They just don't. I probably have more followers than a lot of local officials.
Can I tell a story?
Please tell me a story.
So I was in college. I was about 19 years old, and I had this idea following the 2016 election to run for office. I ran for office. I was the youngest woman to run for office in the state of Georgia. Y'all, I lost by less than 23 votes.
That's you. Y'all could have been 23 votes.
By literally less than 23 votes. And so when I tell you that, but what that taught me, right, was that there were people within my community that wanted to see change, right? That there were still young people in my community that wanted to see elected officials that looked like them. And one of the things you mentioned were some young people are skeptical of the system. Some of them are skeptical of the system because they don't see themselves represented in it. But now that we know the numbers, now that we know that half of the electorate is literally under the age of 50 years old, we can start seeing elected officials that are less than 75, 80 years old, right? Who care about the policies that we care about. But if those 25 people would have showed up for me, right? I could imagine the difference that would have made within my direct community. But I vowed to myself that day, I was like, you know what? I'm probably never going to run for office again. But I will make sure that I ensure that every young person that ever runs wins, because I'm going to help them do it. But that also means that we have to show up, right? We have to show up and support those that are putting themselves out there by casting a vote. And I also encourage you to even take it a step further, because it's beyond just the election. You also need to volunteer for some of these campaigns, or go to some of these board meetings, or even put yourselves on the ballot, right? That's what it's going to take for us to see change around a lot of these different issues that we mentioned today on stage.
Yeah,
Can I add? Sorry,
yes,
really
I want
briefly.
you to add.
Yes, I also ran. I ran for Atlanta City Council in 2017.
Mm-hmm. Yes, she did.
I was 25 years old. I had a 2-year-old. I don't know what I was doing. I was out there in the streets, though, and it was 166 votes for me. So less people than, I think there's more people than that here. So, yeah.
And I think It's a really good point, because a lot of people don't realize, like, when we say it's close and it's tight, like, we mean it. In the year 2000, Vice President Al Gore was running for office. And of course, he's known across the world for his efforts to protect the planet. He lost by literally 500 votes in Florida. 500 votes determined who the president of the United States was in the year 2000. And that might be before a lot of you were born, but that would have fundamentally altered the outcome of what we're dealing with right now. And for better or for worse, these elections are so close. And in the elections that both of y'all ran in, like, could have used a little boost, you know? And like, that thing is, your elections were close enough to be decided by a group chat. Right? Like, it was that close. And so, like, that's the thing, is in this moment, make sure you're texting your friends and you're reaching out to them, because that accountability goes a long way. I have been posting so much about this election. If you go on my feed, it's literally just like nonstop posts about this election. Like, I'm door knocking in Georgia. I'm in Arizona. Like, this is specifically the work that I do. So I've been traveling and doing a lot of electoral work, but there's a role for all of us to play. And I know at Hip Hop Caucus, you do so much in music. Jasmine, you do so much in art. Like, there's so many creative ways that people can get involved that maybe they don't think about. I mean, here we are right now at Overheated, literally in the same arena that Billie Eilish is about to perform at, and using her artistry to promote this election and how we can use our own efforts to save the planet. So what do you see in the intersection of art and music and all of this political work?
Yeah, Hip Hop Caucus, we just celebrated our 20th anniversary this September.
Ooh, yeah, congratulations. Happy birthday.
Thank you. And for 2 decades, we've been intertwining issues like voting, democracy, economic justice, environmental justice, and civil rights work with culture, music, and art, because we are temporary, but art is forever. Art lives, transcends past time. And so what we do know is that the power of art, it allows us to not only speak to these issues, but also amplify them. I remember listening to Tupac and him saying, you know, we got money for wars, but can't feed the poor. Hip hop celebrated its 50th anniversary last year, and hip hop has always intertwined social issues with the people, with movement in general. And so we've always been at the helm of being able to bring on people onto these issues. And so when we talk about the power of music, we really appreciate artists like Billie Eilish that's using their platform to further amplify the work. So yeah, I mean, also talk, you know, to your artists. Sometimes they tweet y'all back. You know, get in their comments and talk to them about issues, you know, hit them up on certain platforms and, you know, try to get them to speak up about certain issues. We do it all the time. The more we put on that public pressure, the more we push for them to be a part of that social change, the more we see it.
And that's what it's about. It is about holding people around you accountable. Right now, we have so much at stake in this election. We know Election Day is in truly 2 days. Election Day is November 5th. Make sure you use your voice, you use your vote, you activate your community, you get out there and you make a difference, because this moment matters. Your effort, your voice matters and can fundamentally decide the history and the future of this country. Do not count yourself short. Have some self-respect. Get out there, organize, mobilize, and vote, fam. Thank you so much for having us. We appreciate you. And now let's wrap up and hand it back to Wawa.
Wow. Oh, hi. Wow, what a wonderful day it has been. That last panel was incredible.
Yeah, thank you all so much. I know that was kind of a long day for many of you, and many of you might have seen the show last night or be seeing it tonight, and that's really a lot to stick through. How did it go for you? Amazing. Well, we have so many people to thank, and we're going to thank some of them now and some of them later. State Farm, who is our production, State Farm Arena teams. Daniel Blackman, Live Nation, Atlanta Fashion Week, who's doing the clothing activation downstairs, Fibers, Fashion Lab, and I'm going to tell you one more thing in just a second, but are we ready back there? Hello? Okay, we have one last guest, and it is the lovely Billie Eilish.
What's up, everybody? How amazing is my mom? Unbelievable. She is literally the greatest person in the world, and you're just Mom, come here. You're just the best speaker in the world, and I just look up to you so much, and I love you. I'm so proud of you, and this is so amazing, and thank you all for being here, and thank you to all the speakers and the panelists and everything, and hi! Good to see you.
Should we bring that activist out?
Yeah, bring them out.
Here, come on out.
We'll
bring them out, stand behind you.
Okay.
We can stand up.
Join me up here. Come here. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. That was amazing. Thanks for watching and coming and being here. And thank you to Support and Feed and my amazing mom. And yeah.
And I'm going to say, Billie, we all thank you so much because this would not happen without you. Get off teary. The amazing teams that put this together, but Billie, it happens because of you. And because of you all, because you care about the planet, because you care about Billie. I know you care about Billie, and I know that's part of it. But Billie cares about you, and you let that be known, and you use your power for such good. And I just want to tell you how grateful I am to you. I love you so much.
I love you so much. Please vote, everybody. All right.
Billie has to go get ready for a show.
Photo?
I think they got the photos. Did you get the photos? Zoe? Awesome. Okay, Billie has to go. You all can stay for 1 second. Love you, Billie. Thank you all so much, all of you amazing speakers, amazing activists. This was the most incredible day. I don't think some of us even realize the kind of talent and dedicated people on this stage, the achievements that they've done, the sacrifices they have made for all of us. And I just want to say how incredibly honored we are that you all would take the time to do this. It's very, very moving. And you still can go downstairs. There's still some activations. The Black Pearl activation is happening. If you didn't get one of these t-shirts yet, you can go get one made, or if you brought one yourself. Anything else you'd like to say, Wawa?
Yes, please use your voice, please vote, and don't let anyone tell you that that doesn't matter.
Thank you, Wawa. You are amazing, and she did an incredible job today. So grateful to all of you. Have a great time. If you're going to the show, have the best time. And we'll see you another time. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. You're all
Look at us. We're like, oh, one big family on stage.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you for organizing all of this.
Together.